Honorable delegates, we will now resume
Recording in progress.
with the business of the House. I would like to remind the delegates that the rules, in particular Rule 103, apply during the virtual sitting. Delegates, before we proceed, I would like to welcome the Minister of Small Business Development, the Deputy Minister of Small Business Development, permanent delegates, MECs, and all special delegates and SALGA representatives to the House. I will now call upon the Honorable Minister Ndabeni to open the debate. Over to you, ma'am. Honorable Minister, you can start.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson. Good evening to yourself, House Chair, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, members of the NCOP, the Director General of the Department of Small Business Development, board members and executives of SIGFA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans, and our entrepreneurs. The theme for our budget this year is honoring the past, delivering the future, advancing economic transformation through small enterprise development for the benefit of all. Honorable Chairperson, the budget vote is tabled at a moment of profound national reflection and renewed purpose. As we approach the 16th of June, we remember 50 years since the Soweto uprising of 1976. A generation of young people who refused to surrender their future and in doing so, changed the course of our democracy. As we prepare to mark 70 years since the historic Women's March of 1956, on the 9th of August, we honor the courage of more than 20,000 women who stood with one voice against injustice and left us the enduring truth. And as we celebrate 30 years of our Constitution, we are reminded that freedom is not only political, it must also be economical, practical, and visible in the everyday lives of our people. The task before us is clear: to turn the sacrifices of the past into the opportunities of the present. That means opening the doors of economic participation wider, especially for young people, women, township entrepreneurs, rural innovators, and informal traders, so that growth is not a privilege for a few, but the shared promise for all. Critically, honorable members, Budget Vote 36 gives effect to Section 22 of the Constitution, expanding opportunities for all South Africans to participate in economic activity. As I always remind you, the National Development Plan highlights that small enterprises are central to economic growth, targeted to contribute nearly 90% of new jobs and over 60% of new economic value by 2030. Small enterprises are the backbone of our economy, enabling entry into entrepreneurship and building generational wealth. As the portfolio, we aim to support 1 million MSMEs and cooperatives during this 7th administration. We are making steady progress, having supported 288,123 MSMEs in the past financial year, with more than 117,000 receiving financial support and 171,000 receiving non-financial support. Honorable Chairperson, our 26-27 budget is anchored around our priorities for the 5th year term of government, and which represents continuity in what I tabled last year. We will continue with reforms to reduce red tape and improve the ease of doing business. This year, the department will introduce a one-stop shop digital platform for business licensing and regulation. This will streamline and address bottlenecks in the business registration and licensing framework. We have finished consultations on the business licensing bill, which does not limit the right to trade, but rather regulates the administration of businesses in a constitutional manner. We will bring this bill to yourselves. We're excited that the National Assembly has adopted the report on the appointment of the Small Enterprise Ombuds. We've already appointed minimum staff in the Ombuds office, and we have established a complaints register. We have also established one SIGFA, which is an integrated digital platform that will improve turnaround times and track the progress of applications in real time. This will come into effect fully in the second quarter. Honorable members, we will continue to address special inequality through building the township and rural economy. And here we have a number of interventions, including the Township and Rural Enterprise Program. In 25-26, we had disbursed more than 829 million to over 111,000 township and rural-based MSMEs. We have reviewed TRAP and have increased the funding limit from 1 million rands to 3 million to broaden access and deepen impact. This year, we have allocated 710 million rands. Another intervention is through our Asset Assist Program, which is a grant-based intervention to support small and micro enterprises with productive assets, equipment, machinery, and operational capabilities. Last year, we supported 938 MSMEs with assets to the value of just under 190 million rands. The provincial spread was balanced with an emphasis on poorer rural provinces, with Limpopo, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and Northwest all receiving more than 20 million rands of approved applications. A total of 215 million rands is allocated for asset assistance this year, targeting 1,000 MSMEs. All provinces will receive at least 20 million rands, with Eastern Cape, KZN, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Northwest prioritized to receive more than 20 million rands. The Informal and Micro Enterprise Development Program provides equipment and productive assets to informal micro enterprises. Last year, we supported 2,940 beneficiaries. This year, we plan to support 3,000. As a result, we have allocated 53.5 million rands. All provinces will receive at least 5 million rands from this program, supporting at least 300 beneficiaries per province. The department will further invest 63.5 million rands through the Cooperative Development Support Program in order to support 50 cooperatives across the country. Honorable members, I'm pleased to report that implementation of the 150 million rand Spaza Shop Support Fund administered by SIDFA is making steady progress. As of the 10th of June 2026, the fund has approved 1,390 Spaza shops across all 9 provinces, with a total approved value of 79.8 million, of which 44.6 million has been transferred to 720 Spaza shops. Subnational distribution somewhat mirrors municipal capacity to issue business licensing. KZN is leading on this fund with 40.8%, followed by Limpopo with 17.8%, and the lowest uptake being Northwest at 2.3%. These disparities in business licensing capacity will be addressed through the business licensing bill and through the digital licensing platform we are putting in place. We are also embarking on a nationwide outreach and awareness program across all provinces, working with municipalities and business associations. We continue to raise awareness on the fund itself, identify qualifying support for Spaza shops that qualify. And of course, we assist the applicants with applications. In partnership with GCIS, we are also implementing a coordinated media and communications campaign aimed at increasing awareness of the fund. Honorable Chair, the other instrument is the Business Infrastructure Support Program, which builds MSME hubs, supports industrial parks revitalization, and provides equipment, energy solution, and shared production infrastructure for MSMEs and cooperatives. Last year, we approved 56 projects amounting to 350.4 million rands, and they are in various stages of implementation. This year, we have allocated 314.3 million, and to maximize impact and ensure wider geographic reach, we will work closely with provincial departments and municipalities, including strategic partners, to identify the needs and co-fund projects where possible. Chairperson and members, we will continue to scale up our financial offerings and ensure better targeting for more optimal impact. During the past financial year, SIDFA prioritized previously disadvantaged groups and underdeveloped areas. Black-owned enterprises received 2.3 billion rands, rural enterprises 1.2 billion rands, women-led businesses 1.2 billion rands, youth-owned enterprises 501 million rands, township economies 383 million. Chairperson, rural provinces without large metropolitan areas have historically received a disproportionately low share of SITFA's financial interventions relative to their developmental need. Members of the NCOP have been consistent in their call to address this. I'm happy to say this year we are seeing improvement in terms of how much goes to the provinces. For this financial year, the total projected disbursement envelope is 2.557 billion. The provinces in the rural areas have increased from the previous allocation, but of course, Gauteng continues to get the bigger chunk, and this we are trying to address through the business development support that must be provided to the entrepreneurs in the other provinces. In this financial year, we will prioritize the implementation of a set of flagship programs, talking to the Youth Entrepreneurship Program, which has 496.5 million rands around the MTF. Chairperson and members, for too long, women have carried the economy in silence, sustaining households, building local markets, creating jobs, while still being denied equal access to finance, opportunity, and productive support. That reality cannot continue. And this is why we have developed Imbali for Her, which is a women entrepreneurship program with 645 million rands on blended financing and 210 million rands for business development support. This democratic government will not allow those who fought and defended the freedom of our country to remain on the margins of its economy. And this is why we have redesigned Inyamezane Military Veterans Program and capitalized it at 100 million rands. And this will be launched in July. We are also launching a 150 million rands creative sector fund, which will provide essential funding for the creative entrepreneurs. This year, we're also launching 300 million rands for TIA SITFA Innovation Fund in order to commercialize innovative ideas. We'll also partner with the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources to create a fund to support the coordinated and impactful development of artisanal and small-scale mining. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to state that there's a lot that we have done, whilst there's still more that we need to do. This budget vote is more than a statement of expenditure. It is a declaration of intent. As government, we are determined to place small enterprises at the center, which is why we continue our partnership with traditional leaders. Chairperson, allow me to table this budget vote, which is broken down like the following: 2.15 billion rands for transfers and subsidies, 277.1 million for compensation of employees, 597.2 million for goods and services, 7.8 million for capital expenditure. SITFA receives 1.899 billion of this allocation. This budget reflects our unwavering commitment to inclusive economic growth and job creation. It is not a passive allocation, but an active instrument of economic transformation. It is a commitment to shift power, expand participation, and ensure that underserved MSMEs and cooperatives occupy their rightful place at the center of South Africa's growth story. And of course, I would like to remind us all that, as Charlotte McLeod said, this work is not for yourselves. Kill that spirit of self. Do not live above your people, but live with them. When you rise, lift others with you. Let us all support our entrepreneurs. They need all of us across all parties. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the succinct input you have made about the programs of your department. And then it is the delegates now who are able to dissect what you have just rendered to us here. Honourable delegates, without further ado, the next speaker on this virtual platform is the Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Trade, Honourable Bishop from the province of the Rising Sun. Over to you, ma'am. Honourable Bishop.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans, good evening. Today we debate Budget Vote 36 of the Department of Small Business Development. Small business remains one of the most important drivers of economic participation, innovation, and job creation. They create livelihoods, sustain households, stimulate local economies, and often provide the first opportunity for economic participation in communities where formal employment opportunities remain limited. At a time when unemployment remains unacceptably high, economic growth remains constrained, and many businesses continue to operate under severe financial pressure, the work of this department becomes increasingly important. The Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade has considered the Budget Vote 36 together with the department's strat plan and annual performance plan. Following its deliberations, the committee supports this budget vote and recommends its adoption by this House. Our support, Minister, however, is accompanied by the expectation that the allocations approved today must translate into practical support for entrepreneurs, sustainable businesses, and meaningful job creation. Honourable House Chair, for the 2026-27 financial year, the department receives an allocation of approximately 3.036 billion, increasing to approximately 3.256 billion over the medium term. Importantly, more than 2.1 billion of this allocation is directed towards transfers and subsidies. This means that the success of the department will ultimately be measured not by the number of plans produced or meetings held, but by whether support reaches businesses, whether enterprises survive, and whether jobs are created. A significant portion of these transfers, approximately 1.899 billion, is allocated to the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency known as SEDFA. SEDFA now occupies a central position within the small business support ecosystem, following the consolidation of CEDA, CIFA, and the Cooperative Banks Development Agency. The objective of creating a more integrated support environment is understood and welcomed. However, institutional restructuring alone does not improve the lives of entrepreneurs. The committee expects improved turnaround times, simplified application processes, efficient systems, better communication with applicants, and support that is accessible across all provinces. The true test of SEDFA will not be in its organizational structure. The true test will be whether entrepreneurs experience a better service. The Strat Plan and APP contain several interventions that the committee welcomes. The department has committed itself to supporting 1 million MSMEs and cooperatives during the 7th administration. This is an ambitious commitment which, if achieved, could make a significant contribution towards economic inclusion, entrepreneurship, and employment creation. However, numbers alone do not tell the full story. The committee will continue to assess not only how many businesses are supported, but also how many survive, expand, access markets, and create sustainable employment opportunity. The committee also notes the continued implementation of the Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program, with approximately 710 million allocated towards supporting businesses operating in areas that have historically been underserved. This program has the potential to strengthen local economies and broaden economic participation in communities that often remain excluded from mainstream economic opportunities. Similarly, the Asset Assist Program receives approximately 215 million to support at least 860 MSMEs with productive assets and equipment. For many entrepreneurs, the challenge is not the lack of ideas or ambition. The challenge is access to the machinery, tools, and productive assets required to grow a business. The committee therefore welcomes interventions that focus on improving productive capacity and competitiveness. The Business Infrastructure Support Program receives approximately 314.3 million and aims to support shared infrastructure facilities, hubs, and at least 50 MSMEs and cooperatives through equipment, machinery, technology, and energy solutions. This is an important intervention because many small businesses require more than finance. They require infrastructure, production facilities, equipment, and operational support that enable them to compete effectively. The committee is furthermore encouraged by the department's efforts to reduce administrative barriers facing entrepreneurs. Far too many businesses continue to face unnecessary delays, inconsistent municipal processes, licensing inefficiencies, and compliance burdens that make it harder to operate, expand, and create jobs. For many entrepreneurs, the challenge is not the lack of innovation or determination. The challenge is bureaucracy. It is waiting months for approvals, navigating fragmented municipal systems, dealing with differing compliance requirements from one municipality to another. And finally, it is spending valuable time on administration rather than growing a business. The department's efforts to improve municipal e-registration systems, streamline compliance processes, and expand digital support platforms are therefore welcomed. However, these initiatives must ultimately translate into simpler, faster, and more accessible services for entrepreneurs. Honourable House Chair, the committee further notes the department's intention to proceed with the business licensing bill, which is expected to come before Parliament and the NSOP. While the objective of improving coordination and standardization may be understood, the committee emphasizes that any new regulatory framework must avoid creating additional administrative burdens for already struggling businesses. South Africa cannot regulate small businesses into survival. Government must therefore ensure that any legislative intervention genuinely reduces red tape, simplifies compliance, and improves the ease of doing business. The committee further notes developments relating to the Small Enterprise Ombuds Service. The intention behind such a mechanism is to strengthen recourse for small businesses, particularly where they face delayed payments, unfair treatment, abusive contractual practices, or exclusion from markets. For many small businesses, delayed payment is not merely an inconvenience. It can threaten the survival of an entire enterprise. The committee will monitor the establishment of the Ombuds Service closely. While its objective may be to provide support and recourse to small businesses, care must be taken to ensure that it does not become another administrative hurdle that entrepreneurs are required to navigate. The measure of success will be whether it resolves problems quickly and effectively, rather than adding further layers of process and bureaucracy. While the department's strategic direction contains many positive objectives, the committee remains concerned about implementation. Concerns have been raised regarding delays in the delivery of the machinery, equipment, and infrastructure support to beneficiaries, procurement delays, supplier registration processes, and payment inefficiencies. For many small businesses, timing is absolutely everything. A business waiting for months for equipment or approvals may not survive long enough to benefit from the support intended to assist it. This is why implementation remains critical. The committee also notes the department's focus on improving market access. Market access remains one of the greatest challenges facing small businesses in South Africa. Far too many enterprises continue to struggle to participate meaningfully in procurement systems, value chains, and export opportunities. Without customers and sustainable market opportunities, business cannot survive, regardless of how many support programs exist. The committee therefore welcomes efforts aimed at improving export readiness, supplier development, and market access initiatives. However, measurable outcomes remain essential. We must know how many businesses secured contracts, how many entered supply chains, how many expanded operations, and ultimately, we must know how many jobs were created and sustained. These issues must also be viewed within the broader economic environment facing entrepreneurs today. South Africa continues to experience weak economic growth, persistent unemployment, and rising operating costs. Many businesses continue to operate under severe pressure, and business liquidations remain a concern. Behind every business closure, Minister, is an entrepreneur who has lost an investment, workers who have lost income, and communities that have lost economic activity. When small businesses fail, local economies weaken. And when local economies weaken, opportunities disappear. This reinforces the importance of ensuring that every rand allocated through this budget vote delivers measurable and sustainable impact. The committee also notes the audit outcomes of the department. The department received an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings on its financial statements and performance information. This is welcome and reflects continued improvements in financial management and reporting systems. However, good administration must never become the objective in itself. Ultimately, good administration must translate into tangible benefits for entrepreneurs and small businesses. The annual report further records irregular expenditure amounting to approximately 1.558 million and fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 6.358 million. While these amounts are relatively small in relation to the department's overall budget, they nevertheless reinforce the importance of maintaining strong internal controls, accountability, and consequence management. The strategic priorities identified by the department are broadly aligned with the realities facing small businesses across South Africa. The focus on reducing red tape, improving access to finance, strengthening market access, supporting township and rural enterprises, integrating informal businesses into the mainstream economy, and improving coordination across government speaks directly to many of the challenges entrepreneurs face today. These are the right priorities. However, priorities on paper and outcomes on the ground are not the same thing. That is why the defining challenge remains implementation. Entrepreneurs need government systems that move faster. They need support that is accessible and responsive. They need municipalities that enable economic activity rather than obstruct it. And they need programs that deliver measurable results. Ultimately, Minister, success will not be measured by the number of strategies developed or plans approved, but by whether more businesses survive, expand, and create sustainable employment opportunities. House Chair, South Africa does not lack entrepreneurial potential. What we require is an environment where entrepreneurs are able to operate, expand, and create jobs without being overwhelmed by inefficiency, delays, and unnecessary barriers. Minister, if we get this right, small businesses will, if we do not get this right, small businesses will simply not survive. We must ensure that they will help drive economic growth, restore opportunity, and strengthen communities across our country. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff,
Thank you,
for
Chair.
your input and then articulating what your committee has done. Honorable delegates, the next speaker is still on the is Honorable Pinar, the delegate from Limpopo, the home of the baobab tree.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Members of Parliament, good evening, goeienaand, Sobela. After the collapse of the ANC's outright majority, this junior government identified economic growth and job creation as its foremost priorities. To achieve these goals, every department should ask itself one simple question before introducing legislation. Does this reduce red tape or increase it? Chairperson, it has been encouraging to hear the President repeatedly emphasize economic growth and the ease of doing business in his SONA addresses. Likewise, many of the departments we oversee as the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade have recognized that cutting unnecessary red tape is essential if we are serious about rescuing South Africa's economy and creating jobs. Unfortunately, this Department of Small Business Development appears determined to undo much of that progress. Chairperson, the department intends to bring before this House a business licensing bill that would require businesses to obtain a license from the state before they can operate. Whether you are a plumber, electrician, builder, mechanic, or entrepreneur trying to start a small business, government first wants you to ask permission. Can you imagine that, Chairperson? The Minister is doing exactly the opposite of what this GNU government was established to achieve. Instead of reducing barriers to entry, she wants more state control, more centralization, more paperwork, and less effort and freedom for South Africans to create businesses and employ others. I expected the Minister to stand here before us today and spend considerable time explaining why this bill is necessary. But the question remains simple. How does forcing a business owner to obtain yet another license from the state, reduce red tape? The answer is quite simple. It doesn't. In fact, industry stakeholders have overwhelmingly criticized the bill because it creates another hurdle rather than removing existing ones. What entrepreneurs need is streamlined digital one-stop compliance systems that integrates existing requirements and removes duplications, not another layer of permission from the state. Chairperson, the backlash against this proposed bill has been so severe that the minister still refuses to answer written questions regarding the number of objections received during the public participation process for the original draft. Don't worry, Minister. I will get those numbers from you one way or the other, and I will make them public. We are encouraged that the Deputy Minister of the Department has reportedly raised concerns regarding this deeply flawed legislation and encouraged its withdrawal. Even more encouraging are the occasions that senior members of the executive, including the President, is not in support of this power-grabbing, job-killing bill. Chairperson, I encourage the Minister to get with the program and do so quickly. Our patience is wearing thin. We also cannot debate this budget without mentioning the 500 billion sponsorship fund disaster. Initially, the department moved away from direct cash assistance because of widespread concerns regarding fraudulent applications. Instead, it introduced a bulk stock support model with up to 40,000 Rand per applicant. Chairperson, that made a lot of sense. Many small sponsorship owners do not have the buying power or capital to negotiate competitive prices with wholesalers. Bulk procurement could have helped address that challenge. But somehow, the minister found a way to turn this into yet another BBBE patronage scheme by appointing only 3 bulk suppliers. Chairperson, this is where the sponsorship fund begins to resemble a comedy sketch. 3 suppliers for an estimated 200,000 sponsorship funds nationwide. Minister, what is it with you and centralized control? To make matters worse, Chair, all 3 suppliers are reportedly based in Gauteng and are expected to service the entire country. Minister, this is simply not credible. Agbare voorsitter, dit gaan my verstand te bowe waarom sommige departemente soos die een aanhou probeer voorskryf hoe, waar en met wie die private sektor besigheid moet doen. Minister, los werkskepping aan die private sektor. U werk is om die omgewing te skep waar ondernemings kan groei, belê en werk te skep. Hou op om na groter sentrale beheer en mag jouself te vergryp. Dit is nie die private sektor wat by die staat moet aanpas. Dit is die staat wat moet aanpas by die private sektor, sodat hulle kan floreer. Wanneer besighede slaag, word werk geskep. Wanneer die staat oorreguleer, stagneer die ekonomie. One might criticize me for identifying problems without proposing solutions. So let me provide guidance, Chairperson. Empower each province to appoint its own supplier through transparent, competitive procurement processes. Better yet, negotiate supply agreements directly with manufacturers to ensure small businesses receive stock at the lowest possible cost. The solutions exist, Chairperson. Unfortunately, when ideology takes precedence over common sense, departments set themselves up for failing. South Africans does not need more red tape. South Africa needs more entrepreneurs. And entrepreneurs do not need government's permission to succeed. They need government to get out of the way. Baie dankie. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pinar, for your input. I hope the minister has listened well. And
I also hope so, Chair.
Honorable delegates, the next speaker on the visual platform will be Honorable Mabilo from the Northern Cape, the biggest province in Mzansi. Over to you, Honorable Mabilo.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity given. First and foremost, Chair, I think I need to salute the 1976 generation for their bravery, for the sacrifices they have made. Salute to the generation of 1976. Firstly. Secondly, Chair, tonight we wish Bafana well.
Excuse me, Honorable Mabilo, just wait for a minute. Can the table staff please fix the timer? Can the table staff please fix the timer? Or is it only my timer on my device, which is showing -42?
To all
Table
of us,
staff,
Chair.
Table staff, will you please fix the timer?
Yes, Chair. They must fix it.
Someone, we know that Bafana is playing. Let us concentrate on the work given to us by the South African citizens. Please.
Let's see, Honorable Mabilo. Let him show.
Definitely. Thank you, table staff. Honorable Mabilo, you are starting from 15.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, all members, MECs, special delegates, the African National Congress rises in support of Budget Vote 36, Small Business Development. Today, we debate the creation of an environment for a thriving micro, small, and medium enterprise sector and cooperative movement that advances inclusive growth, economic transformation, and employment creation. This debate is guided by the resolution of the ANC's 55th National Conference, which called for the creation of an innovative ecosystem that brings together entrepreneurs, investors, research institutions, communities, and government, so that new enterprises can emerge with innovative solutions to societal challenges. The African National Congress remains convinced that entrepreneurship, innovation, and small business development are central to South Africa's economic future. Honorable Chair, our task is to create the conditions that allow these enterprises not only to thrive, but also to survive. Honorable Chair, South Africa continues to face the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The ANC-led government of national unity understands that these challenges cannot be resolved through government action alone. They require a vibrant private sector, strong entrepreneurship, thriving cooperatives, and a growing township and rural economy. This is why President Cyril Ramaphosa has repeatedly emphasized that small businesses are the country's most important engine for job creation and economic inclusion. During the State of the Nation address, the President announced the establishment of a 20 billion transformation fund aimed at supporting Black-owned enterprises, women-owned businesses, youth-owned enterprises, and SMMEs. This intervention, our Chair, forms part of government's broader program to transform ownership patterns in the economy and expand economic participation to those who were historically excluded. The ANC welcomes the 3 billion budget vote presented by the Minister of Small Business Development, Honorable Stella Ntabeni-Abrahams. The Minister correctly states that the small business development portfolio is one of government's most important economic vehicle for reducing unemployment, inequality through structural reforms, infrastructure investment, and stronger participation with the private sector. Chairperson, Honorable, most importantly, the department has set aside a bold target of supporting 1 million MSMEs and cooperatives during the 7th administration. This is not an unrealistic aspiration. It is built upon measurable achievements already delivered by the ANC-led government during its tenure. During the previous financial year alone, The department supported a total number of 288,103 SMMEs and cooperatives across the country. Of these, Honorable Chair, 117,134 enterprises received direct financial support. 170,989 enterprises benefited from non-financial support interventions such as business development, mentorship, incubation, market access, and support enterprise development. Honorable Chair, these figures demonstrate that government support is reaching entrepreneurs at scale and making a meaningful contribution towards enterprise development. One of the ANC's most significant achievements has been the strengthening of support for township and rural enterprises. For far too long, township and rural enterprises operated with limited access to finance, to markets, and infrastructure. The ANC has deliberately prioritized these sectors because we recognize that inclusive growth cannot occur in economic opportunities when economic opportunities remain concentrated in major urban centers. Honorable Chair, through the Township and Rural Enterprise Program, commonly known as TREP, TREP, government disbursed more than 829 million during the 2025-2026 financial year to support a total number of 111,000 MSMEs operating in township and rural economies. Honorable Chair, building on this success, government has increased the maximum funding threshold under TREP from 1 million to 3 million per qualifying enterprise. That is a remarkable achievement. This is a significant intervention because it enables businesses to move beyond survivalist activities and scale into productive enterprises capable of creating employment. For the current financial year, government has allocated a total number of 710 million towards this program. Honorable Chair, this is practical evidence of the ANC's commitment to ensuring that villages, township, and rural communities become active participation in the economic growth. The ANC also welcomes the development of the township and rural economic development and revitalization program. Now, Chair, it reflects that ANC's strong standing commitment to spatial transformation and inclusive economic development. Another significant intervention is the Spaza Shop Support Fund. Many township retailers face challenges related to access to stock, financing, business formalization, and compliance requirements. The ANC government has responded by establishing a dedicated support program for these enterprises. Honorable Chair, to date, a total number of 1,316 Spaza shops have already been approved for support, which amounts to a total amount of 79.6 million. Our Chair, the program provides support for stock, for formalization, regulatory compliance, and business sustainability. By strengthening locally owned Spaza shops, government is protecting livelihoods, supporting local ownership, and revitalizing township economies. The ANC recognizes that finance alone is not sufficient or enough. Small businesses also require infrastructure, equipment, technology, and productive assets. This is why government has expanded by asset access program. Last year alone, our Chair, the program supported a total number of 938 MSMEs with productive assets valued at a total amount of 190 million. This year, the government has allocated a total number of 250 million to support at least 860 MSMEs through the provision of machinery, equipment, and productive assets that improve competitive and productivity. This intervention is particularly important because many small businesses cannot access traditional loans and therefore require grant-based support to grow. The ANC further welcomes the Business Infrastructure Support Program. This program supports business hubs, industrial parks, revitalization, shared productive facilities, and infrastructure for MSMEs and cooperatives. For the current financial year, Honorable Chair, government has allocated a total amount of 314.3 million to support 10 business hubs and shared infrastructure facilities, while assisting at least 50 MSMEs and cooperatives with equipment, machinery, technology, and energy solutions. These investments strengthen the foundation upon which sustainable business can grow. Honorable Chair, the ANC has always recognized that women, youth, people with disabilities, and township entrepreneurs in the rural areas require a targeted support if meaningful transformation is to be achieved. Through the work of SITFA, government has delivered measurable outcomes. During the past financial year, Black-owned enterprises received a total amount of 2.3 billion rands. Rural enterprises received a total of 1.2 billion. Women-owned businesses received a total amount of 1.2 billion. Youth-owned enterprises received an amount of 501 million. These investments, Honorable Chair, demonstrate that transformation is not merely a slogan. It is reflected in actual funding directed towards historically disadvantaged entrepreneurs. Honorable Chair, the ANC also recognizes that cutting red tape and improving the ease of doing business remains critical and essential. We therefore welcome this increase in the VAT registration threshold from 1 million to 2.3 million, which reduces compliance burden for many small business enterprises. We further support the department's plan to introduce a digital business licensing platform and continue pursuing legislative reforms aimed at reducing administrative barriers that prevent entrepreneurs from growing their businesses. Honorable Chair, the ANC believes that government must be an enabler of enterprise development and not an obstacle. Honorable Chair, the National Development Plan is clear. Approximately 90% of new jobs and 60% of economic value creation are expected to come from small businesses. The ANC therefore rejects any notion that small businesses development is a peripheral issue. Small businesses are central to economic transformation. They are central to job creation. They are central to reducing inequality, and they are central to reducing the burden and pressure from those who are trying to eke and living. And they are central to building a more inclusive economy for all. As the ANC, we are proud of the progress already achieved through the program, such as 1, the 20 billion transformation fund, 2, the target to support 1 million MSMEs during the 7th administration, 3, the support of 288,123 MSMEs in the previous financial year, the 829 million disbursement through TRAP, the increase of TRAP funding from 1 million to 3 million, the support provided to a total number of 1,316 spaza shops, the 343 investment in the MSME infrastructure, the billions invested in Black-owned, women-owned, youth-owned township and rural enterprises. These are remarkable achievements, as we indicated. These are practical interventions that are worthy to be supported, to be celebrated, and to be strengthened, that are already making the necessary impact in the lives of our people, supporting entrepreneurs and creating opportunities through the entire South Africa. Chairperson, in conclusion, The ANC believes that every successful entrepreneur contributes to economic growth. Every thriving cooperative contributes to community development. Every growing small business creates opportunities for workers, for families, and for future generations. For this reason, the ANC proudly supports Budget Vote 36 and recommit itself to building an economy that is inclusive, that is transformed, innovative, sustainable, and capable of creating sustainable jobs for South Africa. The ANC supports the budget. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo. It shows that really you come from the biggest province in the country from your input. Honorable delegates, I want to alert you to the fact that the minister left 7 minutes during her opening remarks. Those 7 minutes will be added on her response time below there. It means that instead of 5, she'll be having 13 minutes at the end. So without further ado, honorable delegates, now I call the MEC for Finance, Economic Development, Small Business, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs from the Free State, the home of the cheetahs, Honorable M. Makume. Honorable Makume, are you on the all right?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Minister responsible for small business development, ministers and deputy ministers present, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to rise in support of the budget vote presented by the Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, Stella Ndabeni. The Free State Province fully supports the Minister's vision of advancing economic transformation through the development of micro, small and medium enterprises, cooperatives, township businesses and informal traders. We further align ourselves with the national target of supporting 1 million MSMEs and cooperatives during the 7th administration. The Free State has embraced this mandate and continue to implement practical interventions that support Minister's 5 strategic priorities for the 2026-2027 financial year. In relation to reducing red tape and improving the ease of doing business, Honorable Chairperson, the Minister correctly identified regulatory reform and reducing barriers to entry as critical to unlocking entrepreneurial growth. In the Free State, we continue to support enterprise formalization and business compliance through targeted business advisory programs, registration support initiatives, and central supplier database registration drives. Through provincial consumer protection interventions, inspections, and compliance support programs, we are creating a more credible and enabling business environment while protecting consumers and supporting the legitimate enterprises. The province has further strengthened partnerships with municipalities through provincial local economic development forums to improve coordination and streamline support services available to entrepreneurs. These interventions complement the department's efforts to establish a one-stop digital platform and modernize business license systems, building township and rural economies. Honorable members, the township and rural economic revitalization remain a cornerstone of the Free State growth and development strategy, particularly because Free State is one of those rural provinces, other than being a metropolitan province. Over the past financial year, the province supported approximately 1,580 enterprises through various businesses development programs, enabling entrepreneurs to access markets, business support services, and growth opportunities. Through our partnership with Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, 128 spaza shops receive refurbishment support, strengthening township retail businesses and improving their competitiveness. The province also supported 29 youth-owned startup businesses, creating pathways for younger entrepreneurs to participate meaningfully in the economy. In true with the current theme that we are honoring the past and delivering the future. Women-owned enterprise were empowered through dedicated women in business programs aimed at increasing participation in mainstream economic activities. Further investment in township economic infrastructure continue through catalytic projects such as the MSME Container Hub in Paris, the Kwakwa Technical Cluster Agrimark, and the Yellow Street Factory Revitalization Project in Botshabelo. Together, these projects represent investment exceeding 16 million and are creating opportunities for production, manufacturing, incubation, and enterprise growth in historically disadvantaged communities. Thank you, Minister, for the support in this regard. These interventions directly advance the Minister's objective of building a resilient township and rural communities in the true spirit of honoring the past and delivering the future. Expanding market access and industrial participation. Honorable Chair, the Minister correctly observed that South Africa must become a nation that produces, not merely consumes. The Free State is therefore focusing on integrating small enterprise into mainstream value chains and production networks. Within the agro-processing sector, 8 agro-processors receive equipment support, 2 enterprises receive product testing assistance, and 15 entrepreneurs receive a food safety training. Support exceeding 1.3 million was provided to strengthen competitiveness and market readiness. In the mining sector, 4 enterprises received direct support through funding and enterprise development interventions in Senegal, Mangaung, Bethlehem, and Fezile. The province continued to advance localization through supply development initiatives, trade exhibition, market access programs, and procurement support interventions aimed at increasing participation of local enterprise in both public and private sector value chains. Expanding access to finance. Honorable members, access to finance remains one of the most significant barriers facing emerging enterprises. The Free State welcomes the Minister's commitment to expanding financial support through SITFA and targeted funding programs for women, youth, veterans, and innovative enterprises. Working closely with SITFA and other funding institutions, the province facilitated significant support for Free State entrepreneurs. In 2025-2026 financial years, 21.7 million was disbursed to enterprises. 18 Black-owned MSMEs received direct support and 128 jobs were maintained and created. Importantly, the majority of beneficiaries were women and youth-owned enterprises, demonstrating our commitment to inclusive economic participation, but also in the spirit of ensuring that we honor the past and deliver the future. The province will continue to work closely with SITFA to ensure that entrepreneurs across all districts gain access to affordable finances and business growth opportunities. Expanding business development services, digital innovation, and entrepreneurship. Honorable Chair, the Minister has correctly emphasized that access to finance alone is insufficient. Sustainable enterprise requires skills, mentorship, innovation support, and business development services. The Free State has made notable progress in this regard. The Botshabelo Digital Hub continues to serve as an important center for digital innovation and entrepreneurship development. With annual provisional support, the hub provides the following: enterprise development programs, the basic coding and computing training, the digital innovation hackathons, and the technology skills development programs, and also, lastly, the youth entrepreneurship support initiatives, also in the spirit of honoring the past and delivering the future. These programs are preparing young people for participation in the digital economy while creating future entrepreneurs and innovators. The province has also leveraged partnership with Mr. SITA and the National Skills Fund and other institutions to provide training in automotive services, artisan development, cell phone repair, food safety, business development services, compliance training, and technical vocational skills. Tourism also remains a critical market access platform. The Free State showcased 13 tourism products at Africa's Travel Indaba and 3 tourism products at the World Travel Market, creating exposure opportunities for local tourism enterprises and expanding access to domestic and international markets. The province has strengthened enterprise development by training tourist guides for the Godumodumo Dinosaur Interpretive Center and the Frerafort Dome Interpretive Center, while creating opportunities for tour operators and community-based tourism enterprises. These interventions contribute directly to entrepreneurship development, business sustainability, and employment creation. Catalytic economic development for the future. Honorable Chairperson, the Free State is also implementing strategic catalytic programs that complement the Minister's vision. These include the Mangaung Development Corridor, the Maluti Development Corridor, and the Getaway Development Corridor. These development corridors are unlocking opportunities in tourism, logistics, agriculture, manufacturing, and trade, while creating market access opportunities for small enterprises. Furthermore, renewable energy investment such as the Sonveja Solar Plant, the Virginia Solar Park, the Gauta Solar Project, and the Springbok Solar Power Plant are creating new procurement opportunities for local suppliers, contractors, and emerging entrepreneurs. These investments position the Free State as an important contributor to South Africa industrial localization and green economy agenda. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the budget vote presented by the Minister provides a practical roadmap for accelerating economic transformation through enterprise. The Free State province remains fully committed to supporting the minister's priorities by reducing barriers to doing business, strengthening township and rural economies, expanding market access, improving access to finance, and developing entrepreneurial and digital capabilities. Together, we can build an economy where entrepreneurs thrive, where opportunities are accessible to all, and where economic growth translates into jobs, dignity, and prosperity for our people. The Free State therefore fully supports the budget of Minister and the strategic direction outlined by the Honorable Minister. Let us also join South Africans by wishing Bafana Bafana luck tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makume, for your input highlighting programs which are done by your office, also appreciating the fact that issues that are coming from the food basket of the country. Honorable delegates, the next speaker on the visual platform is Honorable PJ Farmer from the Western Cape, the home of Robben Island.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I hope I'm perfectly audible. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, and Honorable Members, I again greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Chairperson, when we speak about small businesses, we are speaking about hope and opportunity. We are speaking about ordinary South Africans who wake up every morning determined to build a better future for themselves and their families. The woman running a hair salon, the young entrepreneur selling products online, the mechanic operating from a backyard workshop, the emerging farmer supplying a local market, the spider shop owner serving a community. These are the people who keep local economies alive and who deserve our support. The Patriotic Alliance welcomes this budget vote and recognizes the important role that small businesses play in creating jobs, reducing poverty, and driving economic growth. Government has repeatedly acknowledged that small enterprise will generate the majority of future jobs in South Africa. If that is true, and we believe it is, then supporting SMEs cannot be treated as a side project. It must become a priority. Chairperson, one of the biggest frustrations facing entrepreneurs is access to finance. Every year we hear about funding programs and support mechanisms, yet many small business owners still tell us the same story. They cannot access capital, meet lending requirements, provide collateral, or complete complicated application processes. The Patriotic Alliance believes funding must become more accessible, especially for township businesses, rural enterprises, youth-owned businesses, and women entrepreneurs. The entrepreneur with potential should be excluded because they lack connections. Let me repeat that. The entrepreneur with potential should not be excluded because they lack connections or resources. Chairperson, we must also speak honestly about red tape. Government cannot encourage entrepreneurship with one hand and frustrate entrepreneurs with the other. Too many businesses face delays in permits, licenses, and compliance requirements. We therefore call for a renewed effort to simplify business processes and reduce unnecessary administrative burdens on enterprises. Members, township remains one of South Africa's greatest untapped opportunities across our communities. There are entrepreneurs already creating value despite difficult conditions. They operate without large investors, sophisticated infrastructure, and major support. Yet, they continue to serve their communities and create livelihoods. We believe township businesses should not merely survive, they should thrive. Support programs must reach the entrepreneur on the ground, not remain trapped in reports and presentations. Chairperson, we must also recognize the growing threat of crime and extortion. Economic development and public safety are inseparable. Every successful anti-crime intervention is also an economic intervention. Every successful business protected from extortion is a business that can create jobs. Honorable members, the Patriotic Alliance also support greater emphasis on local procurement. Government spends billions of rands every year. More of that spending must reach South African SMEs. Local businesses should have meaningful opportunities to participate in public procurement processes. This is not about lowering standards. It's about creating opportunities for local growth and economic inclusion. Chairperson, technology is also changing the way businesses operate. The future economy will increasingly be digital. Our entrepreneurs must not be left behind. We support great investment in digital skills, e-commerce participation, innovation hubs, and technology support for small enterprises. The success of this budget vote will not be measured by how much money is allocated. It will be measured by outcomes. How many businesses were started? How many jobs were created? How many entrepreneurs received real support? Let us build an environment where businesses can grow, where innovation is rewarded, and where opportunity is accessible. Because when small businesses succeed, South Africa succeeds. Honorable Minister, your new look fits well on you. Muni Baisan. Salute.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer, for your input and any issues that will come from the home of the Table Mountain. Honorable delegates, the next speaker on the podium is going on the virtual platform is Honorable Mugati from KwaZulu-Natal, the home of Congress Marathon.
Greetings, Honorable Chairperson, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of this House. As umkhonto wesizwe party, sifisa ukudlulisa inhlanhla nempumelelo kumdlalo weBafana Bafana that are playing tonight. Sithi nje all the best Bafana baseNingizimu Afrika. The umkhonto wesizwe party.
Honorable Mugati, just stop a little bit here. Then they started the clock. You can continue now. Thank you.
The umkhonto wesizwe party rises today to participate in this important debate on the Small Business Development Budget, Vote 36 Appropriation Bill B4 of 2026. We do so from the perspective of the millions of unemployed South Africans, the struggling township entrepreneur, the informal traders on our streets, the cooperative members in the rural villages, and the young graduate who has been promised economic opportunities but continues to fail execution from the meaningful participation in the economy. Honorable Chairperson, small businesses are often described as the backbone of any economy. Yet in South Africa, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, small businesses continue to operate under conditions of economic hardship, bureaucratic obstacles, limited access to funding, unreliable infrastructure, and an economy dominated by a small number of powerful corporations. While government continues to make promises about economic transformation, the lived reality of our people tells a different story. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa remains trapped in a cycle of economic stagnation, poverty, and unemployment. The National Development Plan envisioned the creation of 11 million jobs by 2030 and an unemployment rate of just only 6%. Economic growth remains weak. Poverty remains entrenched, and millions remain without work. The MKP believes that one of the primary reasons for this failure in that government policy continues to favor established economic interest, while small business enterprises are treated as an afterthought. We cannot continue speaking about transformation while procurement opportunities, financial resources, and market access remain concentrated in the hands of a privileged few. Honorable Chairperson, the department proudly states it aims to support 50,000 startup SMMEs through the financial and non-financial interventions during the medium-term period. While this target is welcome, it must be viewed against the scale of the challenge confronting our nation. South Africa has millions of unemployed citizens and hundreds of thousands of struggling enterprises. A target of 50,000 businesses, while positive, remains insufficient when compared to the magnitude of economic exclusion facing our people. Even more concerning in the treatment of cooperatives. According to the committee's findings, there are approximately 125,658 registered cooperatives in South Africa. Yet the department planned to support 50 cooperatives during the current financial year. 50 cooperatives out of more than 125,000. This is not a transformation. This is an abandonment. This is a reflection of a shocking lack of ambition and raises serious questions about government's commitment to the cooperative movement as a vehicle for economic empowerment and community ownership. The MKP has always maintained that cooperatives should be at the center of economic development. They represent collective ownership, local participation, and community-driven growth. Instead of empowering cooperatives, government has allowed them to remain underfunded and neglected. Honorable Chairperson, the report reveals that 314 million within Program 3 is earmarked to business infrastructure support. While infrastructure investment is necessary, we are concerned about the department's poor track record in delivering infrastructure projects. Government must understand that budgets alone do not create development. Delivery creates development. Communities cannot eat promises. Entrepreneurs cannot build businesses on targets that remain unachieved year after year. The MKP demands transparency, accountability, and measurable outcomes in the allocations of these funds. Every rand spent must contribute to job creation, enterprise growth, and economic transformation. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the struggle of economic freedom remains unfinished. Political liberation without economic empowerment is incomplete. The people of South Africa are not asking for handouts. They are demanding opportunities. They are demanding access to finance, access to markets, access to infrastructure, and access to meaningful participation in the economy. The MKP believes that small businesses, cooperatives, and informal enterprises must become the engine of economic transformation. But this will require more plans, reports, and speeches. It will require bold political will, decisive intervention, and a genuine commitment and placing the interests of ordinary South Africans ahead of powerful economic interests. We will continue to hold government accountable. We will continue to expose failures where they exist. And we will continue to champion policies that place the people first, because economic justice is not a privilege, it's a right. Umkhonto weSizwe Party will not support the budget that is suffocating our small businesses development, in particularly the blacks. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mngadi, for your input and your honesty for that matter. But what I'd like to do now is to warn the people who are monitoring the clock. Honorable Mngadi had 8 minutes, and then in the clock was allocated 10. I think that we know very well that what Rule 59 says, that what is allocated through the Chief Whip must be adhered to, but he remained within his 8 minutes. Thank you, Honorable Mngadi, for that. And then the next speaker on the visual platform is Honorable Mutwedi from the Northwest, the home of the Platinum, from the home of the Platinum.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. A good evening to everyone in the meeting, the Minister, and all officials. House Chair, I think it's important to start by saying, I hope our people are watching the hypocrisy of the DA, that the one moment they're saying government must create an enabling environment for business to succeed. The next moment, like now, what we've just heard Honorable Plenary saying, government must stay away and not bring reforms. Honorable Minister, you have the responsibility to bring reforms, and we as members of Parliament have the responsibility to shape them in a way that we think will assist small business. Not this thing of some spoiled bread, white privilege by the DA of throwing their toys around when their proposals are not supported. Feel free, Minister, we will support good initiative, irrespective of whether we are in the GNE or not. Bring those reforms, Minister, as long as they seek to empower our people. Honorable Chair, honorable members, today we debate the budget vote of the department that claims to be a champion of small business, cooperatives and township enterprise and rural enterprise. But the truth is far more painful, as DSBD is not an engine of economic inclusion, but has become a spectator while small business collapse under its watch. And so the EFF rejects this budget vote because we are dealing with a department that talks transformation, but cannot execute it. A department that speaks of empowerment while failing to enforce the most basic conditions for SMME survival, timely payments, fair procurement, access to the markets, and a functioning support ecosystem. Chairperson, let me switch off the video. I think the connectivity is very poor. Chairperson, let us be honest, SMME are not dying because they lack ideas. They are dying because the state is failing them. They are dying because blended finance is not reaching them. They are dying because red tape is suffocating them. They are dying because DSBD has no enforcement power, no monetary muscles, and no agency. But allow me to bring the House into the lived reality of township entrepreneurs, because if we are serious about transformation, we must listen to the people who are actually doing the work on the ground. House Chair, Mr. Rapela Swarelele from Sekhukhune in Limpopo under Fetakgomo, Tubatsa local municipality, reached out to me over a year ago. He submitted a formal complaint on behalf of school supplier forums, representing suppliers from Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, and Mpumalanga. Their letter was not just a complaint, but it was a cry for help. It was an indictment of how public institutions treat Black small business. These complaints include the conditions that Black small businesses are presented with after providing their services and not getting paid. The complaints detail how long this treatment goes on for, which is sometimes up to 3 months without them being paid for their service they've rendered as Black suppliers. However, the most concerning thing is that in relation to the white suppliers, they get paid upfront for the same service they have rendered. And as for the EFF, and Chairperson, the EFF reject the budget vote because this is not an isolated incident. This is a multi-province pattern of abuse. It exposes truth we must confront, which is that Black township suppliers are being treated as inferior in their own country. Schools are delayed payments for months, paying half of what was agreed, claiming daily limits, no network, treasure not at work, and refusing to use EFT systems properly. And through all this, they are collapsing small business through deliberate administrative obstruction. Meanwhile, white suppliers, as I said, are paid upfront without any excuse, any delay without any humiliation. This is an economic discrimination. It is non-compliance with Treasury regulations. It is a direct violation of South Africa Schools Act. The EFF therefore condemns this action as it further perpetuates the ideals of inequality in this country. Chairpersons, these suppliers are not large corporations. They are township entrepreneurs who must pay their own suppliers upfront, pay employees at month end, and keep their businesses alive. But let us now turn our attention into DSBT's own 2026-2027 APP. The APP does not save the department, but rather exposes it. The Department of Small Business Development commits itself through the APP that it will support 1 million enterprise by 2030. Create about 273,500 jobs and sustain 1.6 million and lastly formalize 10% of its informal business. The question is, how can this department achieve all of this in the same APP if the same APP shows a shrinking budget for SMME support when it has, underline this, when it has 26.2% vacancy rate? When it has no enforcement unit, no monitoring capacity, no authority to intervene when SMME, like I just mentioned, those ones are abused. And lastly, when it has a reliance on coordination instead of actual intervention. All of these issues above prove that DSBD is incapable of delivering on its mandate. Furthermore, the department plans for less and delivers even lesser results. The budget shows downgrades in market access targets, and this is through the decrease of opportunity for MSME from 1,250 to 1,000 MSME products to the markets. Chairperson, exposure is not market access. Exposure does not pay salaries. And finally, exposure does not build township economies. Honorable Minister, market access for small enterprise must start with government itself, rather than focus solely on the private sector. Government is the largest buyer of goods and services in this country. So let me ask you this question, Honorable Minister. Minister, have you ever taken time to look and check who supplies the hospital in and around Sakele village in Mthatha, where you were born? Who supplies Town District Hospital in my constituency? Who supplies Bophelong District in Mahike? Is it small business? Is it emerging farmers? Or is it the same old politically connected companies that have captured state supply chains with decades? Minister, let me now go further by asking this last question. Who supplies our correctional facilities with vegetables, chickens, and red meat? This is because senior leaders like your current DSG Nomvula Mukonyan and many others in the former liberation movement continue to get chicken and lamb delivered to them from Bosasa era. And South Africans haven't forgotten about this. How does a department with a quarter of its post vacant claim to be a driver of economic inclusion? How does a department with no enforcement power claim to be a protector of SMME? How does a department that cannot fix its own internal dysfunctionality claim to fix the economy? Chairperson, blended finance was pitched as an ultimate tool to empower SMME, with the APP promising to mobilize 10 billion to support thousands of businesses and kickstart rural and township development. The report also speaks about reducing red tapes, supporting cooperatives and formalizing the informal business. However, all these with no strategy and efforts are a mere wish list for the department, and for the stark operational reality on the ground completely invalidates the promises made in the APP. Instead of serving as a developmental catalyst, severe capital distribution bottlenecks meant that critical funding is failing to reach small business development. Now, Honorable Chairperson, let's speak about the spaza shops. Today, we're confronting a painful irony. The very department that reduces the red tape is actively manufacturing red tapes inside its own flagship program. We're talking about the spaza shop fund. The minister in his written reply confirms that applicants must provide municipal registration, SARS registration, or a 6-month transactional period, compliance with all health and safety legislation, a valid municipal license or certificate of acceptance, and in some cases, a CIP certificate within 6 months. Chairpersons, these are the exact bureaucratic hurdles township enterprises have been begging government to remove for years. Yet the department responsible for cutting red tapes is the one reimposing them. And the minister confirms that the entire program is online only, requiring entrepreneurs to upload documents through a digital platform. How does the department responsible for township development design a system that includes that excludes entrepreneurs with limited data, poor connectivity, and no digital support? The program can only support 2,408 spaza shops out of 150,000. This means 98% of township business are locked out. Yet those who try to enter must climb a mountain of compliance created by the same department that claims to be dismantling red tapes. On BISP, I think honorable members did touch on the BSIP, but the emphasis is that BISP is a very important program. It must be supported, and we are calling the minister to ensure that all the red tapes that are associated with the implementation of the BISP are reduced, and we are calling for the minister to ensure that all those applications that are there are processed in time. There are no delays, because those MSME that have submitted their applications are waiting for a response from the department. Now, on cooperatives, minister, these are the most neglected sector. And just a quick summary around cooperatives is that we're calling upon the department to reconsider the target to support only 50 cooperatives, because there are thousands and thousands of cooperatives in South Africa that are in the space of agriculture, in the space of agro-processing, that are in the space of textile, that are able to create jobs, meaning for people. Who are calling for the department to reconsider and make sure that it brings in more cooperatives so that they participate in this program. This ultimately means that money is not reaching the ground. The DSBD has no monitoring system to track disbursement. The beneficiaries are not township entrepreneurs. They are the same old networks, and blended finance has become a slogan and not a solution. The department claims to reduce the red tape, as we did indicate in the APP, but it operates in an enforcement vacuum, possessing zero authority over local municipalities, no legal power to compel compliance from other sister organs of state, and no measurable target to track actual regulatory relief on the ground. Chairperson, bureaucratic barriers cannot be dismantled through endless stakeholder workshops. They are broken down through strict legislative enforcement. Because the DSBD lacks the statutory mandate to enforce anything, it promises to ease the regulatory burden on small business, amount to nothing more than empty rhetoric. As a result of the above mentioned concerns, Chairperson, the EFF calls for actions which includes demands for audits and enforcement of payment rules, accountability mechanism, and strategies to support township economy. The EFF therefore rejects this budget votes, as it does not empower and speak to the lived realities of small black business. The EFF rejects this budget vote because it lacks the funds to help the department advance their support in small business. Now, Chairperson, we're also saying that the EFF rejects this budget vote because instead of decreasing unemployment and getting new business in the sector, it drives them out of the sector and increase unemployment rates. With those few, Chairperson, want to wish Bafana well in their game as they start the World Cup today. Want to watch them up until the World Cup comes to a finish. And I want to thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity given. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mtwedi, for your patriotism. Honorable delegates, the next delegate to participate in the debate is the Chairperson of Economic Development and Tourism from KwaZulu-Natal, the province of the sugarcane. Over to you, Honorable M.D. Ndebele. Is Honorable Ndebele on the platform?
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the NCOP Special Delegate, Honorable from the Business and Media House. On behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, allow me to rise in support of Budget Vote 36. And from onset, House Chair, allow me to profoundly thank the Minister, Minister Stella, and for her role in continuing prioritizing and supporting KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Chair, at the center of economic struggle of our country lies a fundamental question: who participates meaningfully in the economy of our country? Because political freedom without economical participation produces instability, inequality, and hopelessness. South Africa does not merely face slow growth. South Africa faces structural crises of exclusion. Millions remain outside productive economic activities, and millions remain outside ownership. Millions remain unstable. Millions remain without stable income. And nowhere this is demonstrated, like in small business, informal traders, township entrepreneur, and emerging Black industrialists. That is why for us as people of KwaZulu-Natal, this vote 36 matters the most, because at the center of the budget vote is the recognition that small business development is not a single issue in the economy, but it is one of the central issues of the economy. In our view as the province, apartheid economy was never designed to produce Black industrialists. It was designed to never to produce Black manufacture and never to design Black-owned productive entrepreneurs. It was designed to produce cheap labor. Townships were deliberately designed as labor reservoirs. Our townships were designed as consumers, not as producers. Rural communities were systematically disconnected from infrastructure, market, and investment. Consequently, Honorable Chair, is what we see today. Many small businesses remain trapped in a survivalist condition instead of becoming sustainable, productive enterprise. Many informal traders continue to operate without proper infrastructure, financial access, and market access. Many young entrepreneurs continue to possess innovation and determination, but they remain locked outside capital and supply chain. This budget vote, therefore, correctly recognizes that if we are serious about economic transformation, we must place small business development at the center of national economic recovery. Honorable Chair, Karl Marx correctly reminds us that economic structure of the society determines who hold power and who remain excluded. If productive ownership remain concentrated in the hands of the few, then inequality will reproduce itself, unfortunately, for generations to come. The question is, whether are we prepared to fundamentally restructure our economy and ensure the participation of ordinary people? Because an economy where millions survive only on consumer while ownership remains concentrated on the hands of the few is both dangerous and it's like a tickling time bomb. That is why we support MMSME, cooperative, township entrepreneurs, women-owned business, and youth enterprise as a fundamental areas that we must support as a state. We must support this not as charity, not as symbolism, but as a program of structural economic transformation. Honorable Chair, in KwaZulu-Natal, the fifth administration have already begun the work that now the seventh administration continue with it of supporting this area. And nowhere is this visible than the support we have gave to small business, particularly in infrastructure for informal traders in Kingindlovu, KwaHlabisa, Kokstad, Ekamalake. Those are not just mere store, but they are support to small business. It is about, that support is about restoring the dignity of small business that historically have operated without infrastructure, security, and state support. In Mandeni, we have also put in place a support. We have put in place bakery incubator. We have put in place program to revive small economy, including in Newcastle, Matadeni, and 11 textile park. In our view, if school uniforms, hospital uniform, government furnitures, and protective clothing can be locally produced by township and rural entrepreneurs, then public procurement itself will be used as a means of transformation. Otherwise, if we keep on producing but buying in the old capital, we will then be ensuring that the public expenditure goes back to historically concentrated capital. Honorable Chair, the expansion of special economic zone must also feature in this particular area. And we must ensure that our special economic zone, particular for us in KwaZulu-Natal, your Dube Trade Port and your Richards Bay, do not only become instruments that save only the conglomerate, but we must ensure that they incorporate even local producers, they incorporate people at economic level, and they are able to subcontract them and develop them. In so doing, Honorable Chair, our view is that we will be able to expand economy. One of the greatest barriers confronting small business remain access to finance. Many Black entrepreneurs do not fail because they lack ideas, discipline, or innovation. They fail because access to capital remains structurally unequal. This budget vote correctly recognizes the importance of developmental financial institution, enterprise support, program, and market access intervention. But finance alone is insufficient. Finance without infrastructure fails. Finance without market access fails. Finance without localization will surely fail. Finance without state coordination will also fail. And finance without procurement reform will fail. That is why a developmental state must coordinate infrastructure, finance, localization, industrialization into one integrated economic program. Honorable House Chair, there is a dangerous tendency in some economic discussion to romanticize the market as if it will resolve structural inequalities of our country. These have been proven otherwise by history. Every successful industrial economy have used deliberate state intervention to support local industry, build productive capacity, and protect strategic sectors. South Africa cannot industrialize while leaving small business to unequal market condition dominated by the established capital. The state must actively build new entrants into the economy. The state must deliberately open the economy. The state must deliberately support Black producers. The state must deliberately expand the production ownership. The state, that is not anti-growth. That is how inclusive economy is built. Honorable Chair, the greatest danger confronting South Africa today is the normalization of the exclusion. We must never normalize unemployment. We must never normalize poverty. And we must never normalize the exclusion of young people from productive economic activities, because the greatest threat to democracy is not the protest. The greatest threat to democracy is the economy that excludes the majority from ownership, production, and opportunity. As we approach 50 years of the uprising of 1976, we must ask ourselves what economic freedom means in practical terms. Economic freedom must mean productive participation. Economic freedom must mean ownership. Economic freedom must mean industrial capacity. Economic freedom must mean young people build businesses instead of waiting endlessly for opportunity. History will judge us not by sophistication of the speech that we present. History will judge us by whether we have succeeded to build an economy that includes the majority of our people. That is why transformation of township zone from consumer to production is important. Whether we empower small business to become industrialization is important. Whether we expand township dignity and productive opportunity from those who were historically excluded. That is why that is a historical task that confronts the democratic state. And we believe as KwaZulu-Natal, Minister Stella Ndabeni have started that particular program, and that is why today we rise, Honorable House Chair, to support her effort and by consequence support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ndabele, for your articulate disposition of the position of KwaZulu-Natal. And then, Honorable Telekis, the next speaker on the visual platform is the Deputy Minister for Small Business Development, Honorable R.J. Sithole. Over to you, ma'am. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Am I audible?
Very clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, ministers, and deputy ministers on the platform, good evening, all protocol observed. Honorable Chairperson, it is indeed an honor to participate in this budget vote debate this evening of small business development, a budget that speaks directly to the livelihoods of millions of South Africans who are building businesses, creating jobs, and fighting poverty. As government, we have a duty to make sure that we make it easier to start, grow, and run a business in South Africa. Inclusive economic growth and job creation will not happen on their own. They will require action, deliberate action, commitment, and reform from government. Chairperson, allow me to address a matter at the heart of whether we are making life easier for small businesses or we are making it harder, which is the Business Licensing Bill. The bill was sent back in 2025 by Cabinet and Parliament for obvious reasons. It introduced new barriers instead of reducing or removing them. We are now dealing with a revised version that is supposed to have considered the submissions made. But Chairperson, the bill remains substantially the same. Instead of addressing the fundamental objections that were raised, it simply adds new provisions while keeping the same licensing framework and regulatory approach intact. The bill was already rejected. It is an insult to small businesses to bring it back as a revised bill when there is very little that has been revised.
Honorable Sithole, good evening. Can you please hang on? There is a point of order that's been called. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're rising on which rule, Honorable Mfedi?
I'm rising in terms of Rule 55, Chairperson. My quick issue is to find out if the minister is willing to take a question on why is she leaking confidential information of the department. If she does not agree with the bill, why does she have to
Honorable
take it to members of
Mfedi,
the
can you
DA
allow me
to
an
raise that
opportunity
concern?
to share? You requesting the minister as to whether she is willing to take the question. I must first ask the minister if she does want to take that question, and if she is willing, definitely you may proceed. But we've not afforded an opportunity to do as such. Honorable Deputy Minister, are you willing to take a question?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, she's not going to take the question. You may proceed, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, this bill does not reduce the red tape, it duplicates it. Businesses are already required to comply with a range of existing laws and regulations. Health and safety requirements already exist. Land use planning approvals already exist. Environmental approvals already exist. Sector-specific licensing requirements already exist. We don't need a new law for them. We need competent officials who execute without fear or favor. We cannot repeal the Business Act of 1991 only to replace it with more bureaucracy. Small businesses deserve better. What we need is not another licensing regime, but a single integrated digital system that makes registration, verification, compliance simpler across government. That does not require a new law. The bill says licensing authorities may verify immigration documents with Home Affairs. A proper one-stop digital system can already do this immediately and efficiently without creating another layer of legislation. Honorable Chairperson, compliance costs discourage startups, limit business growth, and reduce South Africa's attractiveness to investment. Compliance costs are one of the reasons why small businesses fail before they even begin. While access to finance is the biggest challenge facing entrepreneurs, red tape kills more businesses than lack of finance ever will. Delays in permits and approvals, complicated municipal processes, late payments by government, unclear regulations, and excessive compliance requirements all consume time, money, energy that entrepreneurs should be using to grow their businesses and create jobs. Cutting red tape must be understood as an economic growth, not just as a slogan that we speak about in our speeches. Every unnecessary administrative hurdle is a barrier to entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs are resilient, but they need an enabling environment. When we as government listens to business owners instead of being tone deaf, better policy outcomes become possible. The people closest to the problem often have the solutions. Honorable Chairperson, this bill also raises serious constitutional concerns because national government cannot simply centralize the administration of business licensing in areas where local government has constitutional responsibilities. Government is solving the wrong problem. Our response appears to be to create another licensing regime, grant ourselves additional powers, and place more obstacles in the path of those who are trying to grow their businesses. This bill is another layer of red tape that will sabotage small businesses. Chairperson, the language in this bill, it is very worrying. It puts a lot of preferential and discretionary business licensing in the heart of this bill. It creates the risk that licenses will be awarded, not failing, but to those who are connected to the officials issuing them. The bill focuses heavily on offenses committed by business owners, but says far too little about misconduct by officials. Yet officials are often the biggest stumbling block. Some officials even unlawfully confiscate goods, close business premises, delay approvals, frustrate entrepreneurs without consequence. Licenses should be granted to any business that meets lawful requirements. No preferential or discretionary criteria should be used to decide who may and who may not benefit from being licensed. So, socio-political objectives should not be embedded in a business licensing framework. South Africa's small businesses are not failing because there are too few licenses. They are failing because there are too many barriers. Entrepreneurs need access to markets. This bill creates more permits. Entrepreneurs need faster approvals. This bill creates more bureaucracy. Entrepreneurs need certainty. This bill creates ministerial discretion. Entrepreneurs need freedom to trade. This bill creates new grounds for restriction. Entrepreneurs need government to get out of the way. This bill puts government at the center of every business decision. Chairperson, this bill fundamentally misunderstands the purpose of licensing. Licensing should never become a tool for social engineering, race-based preference, economic planning, or determining who government believes deserves to do business. Once licensing moves from regulating activities to regulating people, it ceases to be a neutral administrative function and becomes a gatekeeping mechanism. The more discretion government officials have over who may receive a license, who may be exempted, and which sectors may be reserved, and greater the opportunity for inconsistency, corruption, political interference, and rent seeking. Chairperson, what is deeply disturbing about this bill is the insertion of an entirely new provision, giving the minister powers to ban foreign nationals who are in South Africa legally, underlining the word legally.
Chair.
Honorable Sithole, can you hold on? There's a point of order in the name of the Chief Whip of the Council. Chief Whip, are you raising on which rule?
Yes, Chairperson, I rise on Rule 69, read in conjunction with Rule 51.
You may proceed, Chief Whip.
Chair, we are debating budget vote 36. The Deputy Minister is debating a bill that must still come to the House to be passed. Therefore, I'm rising on the irrelevance of the Deputy Minister, as she's not addressing the budget vote. Can the chairperson rule on that?
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Unfortunately, I am going to allow the Deputy Minister to proceed with her speech. And of course, you are correct. What you are raising, that as legislatures, we enact legislations, the bill has not served before us, and accordingly, the public of South Africa will be afforded an opportunity to make reflections, and upon receipt of their inputs, the determination will be made in the best interest of the people of South Africa. But let's afford the minister an opportunity to conclude on her speech. And also on the lighter note, she is the accounting officer for the department as well. Thank you, Chief Webb.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I was saying, what is even more worrying is that this bill provides the minister with powers to ban foreign nationals who are in South Africa legally, and I underline the word legally, from operating in certain sectors of the economy. This is a direct assault on the constitutionally entrenched right to choose a trade, occupation, or profession freely. It also cuts across South Africa's immigration and visa regime. It is the Immigration Act, visa conditions, and work authorization framework that must determine who may live, work, or conduct business in South Africa, not a business licensing law. As President Cyril Ramaphosa himself said or acknowledged, South Africa does not suffer from a shortage of immigration or visa laws. The real problem is poor enforcement, compounded by corruption. Before introducing new restrictions through other legislation, government should focus on enforcing the laws that already exist. The revised business.
Chairperson, again.
Honorable Sithole, can you hang on over to you?
I think the DM is also out of order, anticipating what should happen, and the rules prohibits anticipation. Can the Deputy Minister discuss the budget and not anticipate the bill that will be coming to the House? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The order is sustained, Honorable Deputy Minister. Please don't preempt.
May I rise on a point under
Yes,
69.5?
Can you allow me, Honorable Ryder, to conclude my ruling on this and afford you an opportunity to raise your point? If you
Chair,
may
rise on
stick to
69.
your speech, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Ryder, can you hang on, please? Let's not make presumptions. What would be the ultimate outcome? As I've indicated, that the bill will go through its due processes, and accordingly, the people of South Africa will be afforded an opportunity to make those reflections. Let's not preempt the ultimate outcome. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Honorable Ryder, you may proceed.
Chairperson, I had hoped to rise on Rule 69.5, which says that the presiding officer may allow delegates to address the presiding officer briefly on a point of order that has been raised. And I wanted to raise the fact that this bill, this budget is actually what will be funding the processing of the bill. And I feel that it therefore has direct impact on the discussions around the budget. So I had hoped that that would be taken into account. Thank you.
Honorable Ryder, I don't know, you got cut or were you done?
Chairperson, I'm sorry, the bandwidth in Acacia Park is not ideal.
You done, Honorable Ryder?
Chairperson, sorry, my point was under Rule 69.5 to address you on the point of order raised by the Chief Whip, where I wanted to make the point that the budget that we are addressing is the one that will be funding the processing of that bill. And therefore, I believe that the point of the Deputy Minister is directly related to the processing of the budget, and to request that she be allowed to continue. Thank you, Chair.
Your order, Honorable Ryder, is not sustainable because I've made a ruling earlier on that the minister be allowed the Deputy Minister be allowed to speech, and that has been the case. However, she cannot make
Point of order, House Chair.
hang on, Honorable Member. he can't make assumption that this would be the turnout ultimately on the bill, and therefore that order is sustained by the chief whip, but however, she can proceed with her speech. There's another point of order from Honorable Nonkonyane, Honorable
Chair, my hand's been up for quite a while, Chair.
Montedi. Can I start with Honorable Badenhorst and Honorable Montedi and Honorable Nonkonyane? You will come in last. In that
Thank you,
order.
Chair. Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to refer to Rule 69, specifically Rule 69(9), which determines that no delegate may raise a point of order again on a similar point of order. Now, US Chair has already ruled on the first point of order raised by the Chief Whip, and the Chief Whip has now come back and again raised a point of order on the same point. So that will be in contravention of Rule 69(9). Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. The order is not sustained, even though it's more or less the same, but the angle in which he came on the second time around, it is proper, which is not contradictory to what he has said earlier on, which hence I made the ruling that it is sustained indeed. Honorable Montedi. Honorable Montedi.
Chairperson, just a quick one. I'm calling a point of order on you. Honorable Ryder should know better that not to challenge your ruling, that there are appropriate platforms where you must challenge your ruling.
What is your point of order?
Must respect your ruling. Must respect the ruling that you made.
Honorable Montedi, can you refer me to what is exactly your point of order and which
What rule are you raising on?
Rising on Rule 69, I'm saying you made a ruling. Honorable Ryder comes and challenges your ruling. I'm saying there are platforms where he must go and challenge your ruling and must allow your ruling to stand as it is now. That is the point that I'm rising on. As a House Chair, you should know better not to challenge your ruling here, but into appropriate platform.
I don't think that was the spirit, Honorable Montedi, but you remain correct. Even if that was the intention, it will not stand. But I don't think that was the spirit either. Honorable Nonkonyane.
Chair and honorable members, I hope I'm visible. I can't see myself, but when I raised the matter, point of order, it was in line with 69 point sub rule 14, and you immediately rule Honorable Ryder out of order because they have made a ruling against anticipation. That ruling, our rule says your ruling is final. I was raising on that point that you did actually deal with that matter, and your ruling should stand, and they must be respected by all members. In the light of the fact that we have already dealt with that, I just wanted, merely because they've called me, I wanted to emphasize that point. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Nonkonyana. Honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister, once again, please don't preempt what would be the ultimate outcome of the bill, because the matter at hand that we are arguing about, it still has to come before the House. It's still going to be deliberated by the portfolio committees and ultimately by the people of South Africa. And therefore, to make an assumption that it, or rather influence the direction in which it should take at this point in time, it's not ideal for this debate. So I would request that please let's refrain from doing such, so that we afford the committees an opportunity to look at the bill And if there are issues and the mandates that have been conferred, they will then be handed back to your good self so that you respond to those matters. So if you could assist this House, stick to your speech, don't cast aspersions, and don't preempt what would be the outcome ultimately, or try to influence rather the outcome of the bill. Please, if you may assist us in that regard. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Although I do not have the powers to influence anything, I will stick to the budget in relation to the business licensing bill. As the Deputy Minister of Small Business Development, there is a money that is being spent on public hearings, on everything. I don't want to outline all the costs related to the business licensing bill.
Once
so I will
again,
continue as I present the budget.
Honorable Minister,
I'm presenting
can
the
you
budget.
hang on? Can you hang on? Honorable Minister, you will have to adhere to the House rules. I'm saying to you, the matter that you're putting before this House has not had an opportunity to be ventilated by the members. We've not received anything. Now, to walk us to that matter, you're doing disservice to this House. And therefore, can I humbly request that you stick to your speech and afford members an opportunity at an appropriate time, where you would also be invited to come and make your inputs in that regard. So stick to your debate, budget vote, because we want to afford you an opportunity for an appropriation. You go and do your work as the department. Please, if you may assist in that regard. Thank
Honorable
you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Ryder.
That's Badenhorst, Chair.
Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Yeah, I'm rising on your ruling on Rule 65.1 pertaining to specifically the description of a delegate. So if you look at Rule 65.1, it says
Chairperson, order.
Sorry, Chair. I was busy with a point of order. You can't interrupt me.
Honorable Ryder.
That's Mokonyana.
No, I'm talking to you. You are rising on.
It's Badenhorst.
65.1, Honorable Badenhorst.
Yes, Chair, but Chair, you are
Except when
saying
the
that
Constitution provides otherwise.
With
So
respect,
what?
Chair, it
Can
refers
you
to a
please-
delegate.
Can
It
you
refers.
please? No. The rule that you are quoting is not correct, Honorable.
Rule 65, the rule of you've just ruled on anticipation, Chair. The rule of anticipation. The rule of anticipation says no delegate may anticipate the discussion.
No.
And
Where
you've made
are
a ruling
you?
on that.
Where are you? Because
That's
I'm
Rule
on
65.
I'm on Rule 65.
Yeah, Rule 65.1.
Where are you? 65.1 talks about something else, the decisions.
Well, in my rule book, it's the rule of anticipation, which you just ruled on.
Which page are you on? Which page
I'm
are
on
you
page 59 of the 10th edition of the rules.
Page 59.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I've got the wrong one here with me. Sorry about that.
You might have the 9th edition there.
No. This is the different rule book. Okay. You can proceed on rule on anticipation. How does it read?
Yeah, so the rule of anticipation 65.1 reads, no delegate may anticipate the discussion of a matter appearing on the order paper. And that's the rule that was raised by the Chief Whip and which you ruled on. But if you go back to the definition of a delegate under definitions, a delegate with reference to our council means a permanent or special delegate to the council. Doesn't mean a minister or deputy minister. So the deputy minister is in the full rights to continue the debate as she has been. She's not a delegate.
No.
Sorry, I'm busy. Nokonyama, please. I'm busy.
No, you're out of order. Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Nonkonyana, can you afford him to finish? I will afford you an opportunity just now.
Yeah, I could refer another rule where it says you can't interrupt somebody while they're busy doing a point of order. But anyway, so the point is that according to our rules, the deputy minister and a minister is not a delegate. They're not a special delegate, and they're not a permanent delegate. Therefore, the Rule 65.1 will not apply to the Deputy Minister.
Honorable Nonkonyana, before I make a ruling on that one, Honorable Rider, let me afford Honorable Nonkonyana an opportunity as well.
Chairperson, honorable members, we must respect our leaders. The chair and the rules are very clear. 6.5.12 says the presiding officer, once he or she ruled on the matter, that is the end of the matter. What Honorable Badenhorst is doing is challenging your ruling, Chair. And he is a member of this House himself. And then he is the one who is out of order. That is why I say he continues to challenge. In other words, he's following what you ruled in respect of Honorable Ryder before. And please, honorable members, don't waste our time. We want to watch Bafana at 9. Please, let's respect the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you very much, Honorable Nonkonyana. But then I want to address the issue of Honorable Badenhorst, that the rule does apply to the Deputy Minister as well, as much as they apply to the President, the Deputy President, and as well as the ministers. So therefore, the ruling stands. Deputy Minister, please proceed and address the House, but try as far possible to stick to your speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will tell you what we need, Chairperson. We need a Red Tape Reduction Act. We need binding turnaround times for permits and approvals. We need public reporting on municipal performance. We need a national red tape portal urgently where entrepreneurs can report delays, harassment, and bureaucratic obstacles. We need a one-stop digital business registration, not just a digitized system. We need a system where when a business registers, that information is immediately shared across government departments, local, provincial, and national government. We need 30-day payments enforcement with consequences for departments, municipalities that fail to pay small businesses on time. We need to learn to respect and enforce our own laws than create new ones unnecessarily. Honorable Chairperson, this bill starts from the assumption that government must decide who may participate in the economy. But if we want to grow this economy, every South African should be free to start, build, and grow a business unless there is compelling reason for government to intervene. As government, our role is not to stand at the gate and decide who may enter the economy. Our role is to remove the gate altogether. South Africa does not need more licenses. South Africa needs more businesses. It does not need more bureaucracy. It needs more opportunity. That is why this bill should be withdrawn actually and be replaced with meaningful reforms that cut red tape, expand economic freedom, and unleash the entrepreneurial potential of millions of South Africans. Honorable Chairperson, when it's all said and done, South Africans are not going to judge us on how many programs we've launched. They are not going to judge us by our speeches.
Sithole, can you step down? Can you step down? Can you allow Honorable Nonkonyana an opportunity? Honorable Nonkonyana.
You had already ruled that the Honorable Deputy Minister should not anticipate the bill that is still going to come. And she continues to defy you and defy the ruling. This cannot be allowed. You
As
cannot
an
stomach
advocate,
this
you
thing.
should know it.
And therefore she is out of
Can you
order.
allow Honorable
If she has nothing to
Nonkonyana an
say,
opportunity?
if she has nothing to say, then that must be the end of her speech. She cannot just
Who is he rising on?
Honorable
I'm rising on
Boshoff,
69.12.
Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Boshoff, I'm requesting you to respect the speaker on the floor.
Well, then he must respect us and give us the rule number.
Yes, 6912. I told you. And I'm saying, then we must respect our chair. Our rules must be respected. The chair clearly indicated that you cannot anticipate the bill that is still going to come. And the Honorable Deputy Minister continues to defy our chair. That we cannot stomach any longer. And I'm not going to raise why the deputy minister cannot even respect her own minister. But that is the debate for the other day. But it really raises another matter that we needed to attend to as public representative. We can ill afford to have a deputy minister that is defying the ministry. Sorry, Chair.
Stop
Thank you very much, Honorable Nonkonyana. Honorable Deputy Minister, once again, please let's not refer to the bill. Continue with your speak. Let's not refer to the bill because at some point you said you don't need the bill, but at some point you need a kind of like a red tape legislation to be enacted by Parliament. And therefore, you are sending confusing messages as well. So stick to the budget vote. We will deal once again with the matter of a bill when at an appropriate time. And once again, whatever that you are raising that you think it's very pertinent, you will then raise that at that point in time. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
For my own understanding, Honorable Chairperson, are you saying I must not mention the bill at all?
Yes, please, if you may proceed.
I also need to be helped, Honorable Chairperson, with all due respect. Why should the bill not be mentioned? It is part of small business development. It's our bill.
Deputy Minister, you're not going to ask me a question. I've afforded you an opportunity to debate on the vote. And I've made the ruling. And if you have a problem with that, certainly there are mechanisms in the House where you will have to take it up so that your matter be looked at that point in time. But for now, I have made a ruling to say that please let's refrain from referring to a matter that this House at a particular point it will be seized with, and it will have to express itself and ventilate on the matter. And ultimately, the people of South Africa will also be afforded an opportunity through public participation to reflect their views as well. Please.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me conclude. Chairperson, when it's all said and done, South Africans are not going to judge us by how many programs we have launched. They are not going to judge us by how many speeches we have made. They're going to judge us by implementation. They're going to judge us on whether we did manage to grow the economy, create jobs, and ultimately alleviate poverty. We need to do things that match our speeches. If our actions do not match our speeches will remain hollow and will remain as speeches as the actions will be missing. We suffer from implementation or lack of implementation. And lastly, Honorable Chairperson, let me be clear. Inclusive economic growth is not a slogan. It is something that South Africa desperately needs. Creating jobs is no longer a joke. We know the unemployment rate in our country, and alleviating poverty should be everyone's priority. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We are now proceeding to Honorable van den Berg.
Okay, now that we have everybody's attention, Chairperson, Minister, and honorable members, both the Select and Portfolio Committees have produced good reports on the Department's R3 billion budget allocation, with the lion's share directed at micro, small, and medium enterprise support, township-based enterprises, market access, and informal economy interventions. We welcome the shared recognition from both committees of the critical role of small business, the need for improved coordination, and a shift from outputs to measurable outcomes, like sustainable enterprises and real jobs. However, as a GNU partner, the Freedom Front Plus must speak plainly. This budget still leans too heavily on race-based economic transformation, demographic targeting, and BEE-style criteria. This divides rather than unites South Africans. Both committees note persistent delays, re-advertised programs, compliance burdens, and weak sustainability outcomes. These are symptoms of an ideological approach that prioritizes ownership demographics over creating conditions for all entrepreneurs to succeed. Rural farmers, manufacturers, and minority-owned businesses who contribute to food security, infrastructure, and professional services are often sidelined by these targeted schemes, and the proposed new legislation will make it even worse. While township economies cannot thrive amid collapsing local government, unreliable electricity, and crime, Minister, the department functions like a large farm tractor with the right levers and hydraulics to press and to pull, but it seems to have an unclear direction as to which lucrative fields it wants to plow. You have reported on poor performance of municipal LED departments, failing to review their bylaws, leading to blame shifting towards the reason for not completing the Spaza Shop funding program. The department also notes working with the usual suspects like Kochta, like every year before, but keep expecting different results. Is it not perhaps time for a radical rethink and implementation of different methods to achieve the goals? Let's plow in some different fields. I would like to direct your focus to the Border Management Agency. It's grossly underfunded and in need of equipment, people, and vehicles. Given this, there are many opportunities around effective border management like fence making, food supplies, drone and camera surveillance, AI monitoring and programming, upkeep of patrol roads, servicing and repair of vehicles, to name but a few. Surely these two departments can complement each other in order to create jobs and be more effective. The dilapidated look of many special economic zones and incubation centers does not look very appetizing to vibrant young entrepreneurs. But the upkeep of these areas in itself is a fantastic small business opportunity. What is the department doing to highlight opportunities and guide potential entrepreneurs into areas of operation like these? Honorable members, in the spirit of cooperation, the Freedom Front Plus calls for immediate practical reforms, namely merit-based support open to every viable small business that creates jobs and grows sustainability without racial gatekeeping, stronger private sector partnerships, blended finance without ideological strings, and a focus on practical skills, apprenticeships, and technical training. Real intergovernmental action to fix electricity, logistics, safety, borders, and local governance. These are the fundamentals that encourage enterprise. We will support reforms that move in the direction of non-racial, merit-based enterprise development and ultimately the associated blessings that they will bring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable van der Berg. We are now proceeding to Honorable Ndlangisa Nodada.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members. allow me to stand on the protocol already established. It is a profound honor to stand before this House today, not merely to present a budget vote speech, but to affirm our collective commitment as the African National Congress within the government of the national unity to a singular, powerful truth that the future of our economy lies in the hands of our entrepreneurs. Honorable Chair, when Oliver Tambo spoke of a South Africa that belongs to all who live in it, he was not just speaking of political rights. He was dreaming of economic freedom to all the people of South Africa, including vulnerable groups such as the youth, women, and people living with disabilities. Today, as we deliberate on Vote 36, small business development, we are translating that dream into a practical, accountable, and aggressive plan of action. In South Africa, our own statistics confirms this reality. The department's analysis shows that medium, small, and micro contribute approximately 34% of our GDP, and provide over 60% of private sector employment. We have over 17 million employed citizens, yet nearly 5.7 million of them remain in the informal sector, contributing only 6% to the GDP. This gap is not a failure. It is our greatest opportunity. It tells us that we need to work harder to formalize, support, and scale up these businesses, particularly in the townships and rural areas where unemployment is most dire. Honorable members, the 2026-27 APP before us is in the second year of implementing our 2025-2030 strategic plan. Sorry. And it is sharply focused on the medium-term development plans, priority of inclusive growth and job creation. The department have allocated 3 billion growing to the department have allocated 3 billion growing to 3.3 billion over the medium term. Let me be clear on where these resources are going to. We note the allocation of 17 million for the strategic management of the department under Program 1 administration to ensure to the attainment of clean and capable government. We also note the targets of a reduction in vacancy rates to 10% and increasing representation of people living with disabilities to 4.5%. We cannot demand efficiency from the private sector if the state is not efficient itself. Program 2, Chairperson, Sector Policy and Research, received an allocation of 83.6 million to produce knowledge and sector strategies. This program is also tasked with the cutting of red tape. It is also committed in reviewing 5 laws and supporting 20 municipalities to adopt e-registration systems. This will assist with eliminating the bureaucratic delays that strangle the SMMEs at birth. Program 3, Integrated Cooperatives and Micro-Enterprise Development, received 532 million and is the engine of the township's economy. This program aims to refurbish or build 10 business infrastructure hubs and support 3,000 informal businesses through the Informal and Micro Enterprise Program. Program 4, Enterprise Development, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, is allocated 2.2 billion and carries heaviest weight. We have the Asset Assist sub-program in this program, which has received 215 million to put machinery and equipment directly into the hands of 868 township and rural medium small micro enterprises. Honorable Chair, despite these promising budget allocations, we must speak frankly about the challenges of small business as well. As the late Tata Mandela said, open quote, "It always seems impossible until it is done," close quote. The current conditions of SMMEs in the country and their level of contribution to inclusive growth and development reflects underperformance. We know that between 70% and 80% of new SMMEs fail within their first 5 years. Access to finance remains a big challenge that is too difficult to overcome. The red tape at the municipal level, that is the endless waiting for licenses, permits, is a silent killer of dreams. But we must not be found lamenting, Honorable Minister, through you, Chair. We must provide solutions. Honorable members, the ANC in the GNU is driving a deliberate shift from fragmented support to an integrated ecosystem. The one online stop shop that is launched is a digital platform that connects our people to SARS, CIPC, and funding agents instantly. The department is operationalizing the movable assets collateral register so that a spaza shop owner in Umtata or a tailor in Soweto can use their equipment as a collateral for a loan. To the youth and women of our nation, this budget speaks to you directly. The department is redesigning the Youth Startup Fund and enforcing the 40% public procurement set aside for women and youth-owned enterprises. The target here is that 35% of the support reaches women, 30% youth, and 3% people with disabilities. Honorable Chair, consider the township economy not as in periphery, but as the frontier. In the third quarter of 2025, employment grew in construction, trade, and community services. These are exactly the sectors where township MSMEs operate. By sectors where township by supporting them with energy solutions, infrastructure, and market access via the Public Procurement Act, we are not just cutting poverty, we are building national champions. In the words of Pa Jung Shang, the great development economist, and I quote, "There is no such thing as a free market. Every market has rules," close quote. Today, as the department is changing the rules, it must use the state's procurement power over 1 trillion in infrastructure spending announced by the president in the State of the Nation's in the SONA of 2026 to force open supply chain for small businesses. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, the Department of Small Business Development has a mandate to lead, but leadership requires more than a plan. It requires a will to execute. The challenges are steep, low survival rates, global uncertainty, and local inefficiencies. Yet the opportunities are greater. The energy of our youth, the resilience of our women traders, and the innovation of our cooperatives are our greatest assets. As we adopt the budget vote, let us remember the words of O.R. Tambo, and I quote, "A people that have not participated in the destruction of their shackles should not be expected to celebrate their freedom," close quote. We call on the department to cut the red tape, deliver infrastructure, and disperse the funds. The shackles of poverty will only be destroyed when SMMEs such as Zidlekaya Bakery and Zandile Logistics Company become the primary engine of our economy. The African National Congress support the budget vote, and we also wish Bafana Bafana success in their first match, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Notata. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Linkompane from
So,
North. Honorable Linkompane.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, delegates in the House, Honorable Members. Let me take this opportunity to join those, the Minister for having presented the budget vote and indicate that the Northwest Province rises in proud support of this budget vote 36. We support this budget vote, Honorable Chair, because we have seen it happening and be prepared for. As the MEC for Economic Development in the Northwest, I participated in all the strategic plans that led to this budget vote that is tabled today. Through the min-max, through the stakeholder engagements and the visit by the minister to the province and engagement with different stakeholders, this budget vote is now presented today. We have witnessed as a province its impact in the lives of cooperatives, the SMMEs, the organized business, the formal and informal traders across the Northwest Province. Honorable Chair, approximately 67 million was invested in the enterprise development initiatives across our province, just as a result of the attention given by this department to the province. This has turned the Northwest today to have men and women who received out of these millions machinery that has actually brought investment in all the 4 districts and 18 municipalities of this province, supporting entrepreneurs operating in agriculture, logistics, agro-processing, manufacturing, tourism, retail services, and other productive sectors. Honorable Chair, we appreciate the collaborative leadership of the Honorable Minister and the department. The priorities reflected in this budget vote mirror the priorities consistently raised by provinces through the min-max engagement and the stakeholder consultation. These consultations created ownership, relevance, and confidence. As the Northwest Province, we have witnessed the targeted interventions in municipalities, including Kagisano Molopo municipality and communities within the Dr. Ruth Sehomuse Mompati, through the machinery, equipment, and enterprise support programs. We welcome the department's continued focus on township and village economies. The Spaza Shop program is not merely a retail intervention. It is an economic transformation intervention. It seeks to strengthen local ownership, wholesale participation, distribution networks, supply chains, and community wealth. Honorable Chair, one of the most exciting interventions supported through this budget vote is the program being implemented in Moretele municipality in the Bojanala district. Through collaboration between the Department of Small Business Development and the Northwest Department of Economic Development, more than 24, close to 25 beneficiaries have already been earmarked and are prepared to benefit from this budget vote for Anchor Wholesale Hub, supplying goods to retailers and retail development program, mentorship, business development support, initial startup stock, and equipment. This intervention goes beyond supporting individual tuck shops and spaza shops. It seeks to build a complete ecosystem comprising wholesale participation, local distribution networks, supply chain development, and locally owned retail enterprises. The model will extend its impact across 24 wards in Moretele local municipality. And this is a model that is going to model the intentions that are specified in this budget vote. This is why we see ourselves in this budget vote. We see our people in this budget vote. We see our township economy in this budget vote. We see our village economy in this vote. We further commend the department's commitment to training, mentorship, skilling, and capacity building. Sustainable enterprise development requires more finance. It requires capable entrepreneurs and suitable businesses. During this Youth Month, Honorable Chair, we acknowledge the importance and the innovation and entrepreneurship. The Northwest Province recently launched an innovation hub through the Young African Entrepreneurs Institute in the Northwest University to transform innovation into enterprise and economic opportunity. The Northwest Province continue to advocate for stronger support, and this has always been tabled on the MINMEC and is finding expression and comfort in this budget vote. The Northwest continue to as well advocate for stronger support to industrial park, enterprise clusters, and manufacturing ecosystems. This include the cross-border that we have between ourselves and Gauteng across the operations of this department around Babelegi as well as Budirel and as well as Harangua. We are very confident that this is finding expression in this budget vote with the collaboration and commitment of serving our people in the country irrespective of locality. The enterprise clusters and manufacturing ecosystems also include Budirelo Industrial Park. We must ensure that enterprise supported through this budget vote are prepared to participate in the special economic zone opportunities. The SMMEs must become suppliers, manufacturers, service providers, and exporters. That's why as a province, we pride ourselves with the support that we have received. We are seeing our men and women today participating in exporting some of the products that are as a result of the machinery coming from this department. We welcome the legislative reform agenda being driven by this department, including business licensing reform. This regulatory reform certainly is more of looking into compliance improvement and measures that promote economic inclusion. We further welcome clarity regarding qualification to trade and compliance requirements applicable to businesses operating in South Africa. We welcome the openness and the availability and the reaching out of the minister in this regard to provide such clarity. The department, the strength of this budget vote lies not only in the resources it allocates, but in the opportunities it creates, in the partnership it strengthened, and in the confidence it gives to our entrepreneurs. We see our entrepreneurs in this budget vote. We see the hope of our cooperatives after having expressed this homework to the minister during the International Cooperative Day held in this province. We see our young people in this budget vote having to look at the expression by the minister in this vote on incubation hubs as well as innovation hub and the number of supports that have been presented to this province. We see our women in this budget vote. We see our township and village economies in this budget vote. We see our industrialization agenda. We see the special economic zone aspirations of this province, and we have tabled it in the MINMEC, and it is getting attention, and we see how it is expressed in this budget vote. We see the future of our province and our people. We agree and acknowledge the fact that the challenges prevail as well as the shortage in terms of the budget. However, this budget vote brings hope to our people. For these reasons, The Northwest Province proudly support this budget vote 36 for Department of Small Business Development. As I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bitsa. We are now proceeding to Honorable Mukhoje from Salga. Councillor Mukhoje.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister of Small Business Development, MECs present, honorable members. Salga welcomes the 2026-2027 budget vote and commends the Honorable Minister for a program that continues to place micro, small and medium enterprises, cooperatives, and the informal economy at the center of South Africa's growth story. This is the position Salga has long supported, recognizing that small enterprises are not only drivers of economy activity, but the primary vehicle through which millions of South Africans access livelihoods and build intergenerational wealth. However, we must state this clearly. While economy policy is designed at national level, it is experienced at local level. Municipalities are the spaces where businesses are registered, where permits are issued, where infrastructure is delivered, and where entrepreneurs encounter either opportunity or constraint. For this reason, Chair, Salga firmly maintains that local government is not only merely an implementing agent, but a strategic partner in shaping an enabling environment for enterprise development. Honorable Chair, we fully support the department priorities, including the red tape reduction townships and rural economic revitalization, expanding access to markets and finance, business development services, digital transformation, and ecosystem coordination. These priorities are necessary and appropriate, yet there remains a structural challenges that we must control honestly. Local economic development remains an unfunded and under-capacitated mandate within municipalities. This was evident at the recent National LED Summit, which successfully co-hosted with the department. Municipalities are expected to drive economic development outcomes without adequate fiscal instruments or dedicated funding to do so effectively. This disconnect undermines the full potential of local government as a catalyst for MSME growth and local economic transformation. Honorable Chair and members of the NCOP Minister, on the red tape reduction, Salga strongly support the department's effort to streamline licensing, processing, and introduce a one-stop digital platform. However, the success of these reforms will ultimately depend on the implementation at municipal level. It is within municipal systems through bylaws, permitting frameworks, and administrative processes that businesses experience the red cost and complexity of compliance. Our engagement with municipality demonstrates that administration is limiting their ability to start, operate, and scale their businesses. Salga therefore commits to working with the municipality to align bylaws with national reforms, improve turnaround times, and introduce more efficient digitalized licensing systems. Honorable Chairperson, we welcome the continued investment in township and rural enterprises through the programs such as the TREP, Asset Assist, and the Business Infrastructure Program. These interventions are critical, yet their success depends on effective coordination at local level. Municipalities are best connect entrepreneurs to support programs and ensure that infrastructure investments are aligned with local economic opportunities. Salga experience shows that targeted interventions such as reform to informal trading bylaws, local procurement initiatives, and MSME capacity building programs can significantly improve enterprise outcomes and strengthen local economies. What is required now, deeper integration between national programs and municipal development strategies. Honorable Chair, one of the most powerful levers of transformation remains public procurement. SALGA has consistently advocated for the strategic use of procurement to support local enterprises, retail value within communities, and drive inclusive growth. Our work with municipalities demonstrates that procurement, when used effectively, can be repositioned from a compliance function into a deliberate economic development instrument. We therefore support the department's emphasis on supply development and market access, and we call for stronger alignment between national procurement frameworks and municipal implementation. Every municipality must become an effective engine of demand for local business. On access to finance, Chair, we welcome the expansion of targeted funding instruments, particularly those focused on human, youth, and innovation and township economies. However, access to finance is only one part of the equation. The quality and readiness of enterprises to absorb funding is equally important. Municipalities play a critical role in building this pipeline, identifying businesses, supporting compliance, strengthening application, and connecting entrepreneurs to funding opportunities. Our internal work shows that municipal-led support significantly improves the success rate of funding application and strengthen.
Honorable Councillor, we have lost you. If you can try and find a better position, you may just as well switch off your camera. We've lost you.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, we can hear you now. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The overarching challenge before us is one of the coordination. A fragmented ecosystem will inevitably produce fragmented outcomes. No single institution, however well resourced, can drive meaningful transformation in isolation. We therefore support the development of a national MSME, one further and build a compact-based co-ownership, co-funding, and co-implementation across all spheres of government. Honorable Chair, SALGA reaffirms its commitment to strengthen municipal capacity to support enterprise development, improving the ease of doing business at local level, promoting local procurement, and building resilient, inclusive local economies. Our programs for the 2026-2027 financial year will continue to support municipalities in enhancing their economic development strategies, strengthening MSME ecosystems, and driving local economic growth. In conclusion, Chair, the struggle of 1976 was about access to education. The struggle of 1956 was about dignity and freedom. The challenge of our time is economic inclusive. If we are to honor the legacy of those who fought before us, we must ensure that every entrepreneur in our townships, rural areas, and cities has a real opportunity to participate in the economy, to compete, and to succeed. SALGA stands ready to work with the Honorable Minister and all stakeholders to ensure that this budget vote translates into tangible impact where it matters most at local level, in our municipality, and in the daily lives of our people. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mokhoje. We are now taking MEC for Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism from Eastern Cape, Honorable Peters.
Good evening to you, Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, and also my colleagues, the MECs, and the committee chairpersons, and honorable members of the NCOP, all government officials present here, special guests, entrepreneurs, and the people of South Africa. I greet you all. Ben Okri, a Nigerian British poet, concedes that, open quote, the most authentic thing about us is our capacity to create, to overcome, to endure, to transform, to love, and to be greater than our suffering, close quote. We stand firm as a nation, as a testimony not only of endurance, but that of transformation, of love, and our ability to overcome suffering. It is not incongruity that today as South Africa were a beacon of the African continent. The history of this country is not complete without the mention of June 16, 1976. As we mark 50 years, we are proud to say June 16 occurred, and it is part of our history, but our children, our grandchildren and great-grandchildren will never suffer the same. We have overcome, we have endured, and will continue to strive to be greater than our suffering, something that we will pass to the youth of today. The budget by the Honorable Minister is firmly anchored on economic transformation and inclusive enterprise development, and that is what the government is committed to do. The Honorable Minister presented a budget that gives practical effect to the constitutional right of all South Africans, which is to participate meaningfully in the economic activity, and recognizes the central role that micro, small, and medium enterprises play in creating jobs and expanding opportunities. We are thrilled by the department's ambitious target of supporting 1 million MSMEs and cooperatives during the 7th administration. This commitment resonates strongly with the realities of our country, where many households derive their livelihoods from small enterprises, informal businesses, cooperatives, and survivalist economic activities. The department's continued focus on reducing red tape and improving the ease of doing business, complemented by a planned introduction of a one-stop digital platform for business licensing and the reforms, is an indication that not only are we in touch with the challenges facing MSMEs, but the focus is on solving these. It is unfortunate that one of the inheritances this government has is the spatial legacy of our country, characterized by townships, rural communities, and urban centers, which was used to determine access to business development support. We are therefore intrigued that this budget's prioritizes township and rural economic development, thus changing the narrative. The allocation of substantial resources towards the township and rural enterprise program, the asset assist program, the informal and micro enterprise development program, and the business infrastructure support program indicate government's commitment to ensuring that no entrepreneur is left behind because of spatial location. We are rewriting the past and ensuring an inclusive future where no one is left behind. Our encouragement finds basis on the minister's commitment to strengthen the informal economy in the rural provinces, as Eastern Cape is one of the rural provinces. The informal sector remains a critical pillar of local economic activity. Every intervention aimed at supporting informal traders, spaza shops, and micro enterprises contributes directly towards poverty reduction and household income generation. We refuse to be chained by our sufferings. We will free ourselves from the experience of our sufferings, and this budget is doing exactly that. We welcome the increased emphasis on market access, the commitment to support local procurement, facilitate domestic and international market opportunities, and leverage the Public Procurement Act to expand participation of small enterprises is a significant step towards addressing market concentration and creating space for emerging businesses. We further commend the department's effort to expand access to finance, the dedicated funding instruments for women, youth, innovators, military veterans, town enterprises, and rural entrepreneurs indicate a deliberate commitment to economic inclusion. These interventions provide hope to thousands of aspiring entrepreneurs who continue to face challenges in accessing affordable finance. Honorable Chairperson, the intervention on entrepreneurship development, incubation, business skills training, and enterprise formalization is equally welcomed. As government, we recognize that access to finance alone is not sufficient. Entrepreneurs require mentorship, business development support, technical assistance, and access to information in their enterprises and to survive and grow. And that is what this department is doing. Enterprise and economic development is not a one-man mission, nor can it be achieved by government acting in isolation. We are therefore encouraged by the department's deliberate efforts to strengthen ecosystem coordination and promote greater alignment among all stakeholders involved in enterprise development. Sustainable enterprise development requires collaboration between all spheres of government, development finance institutions, municipalities, traditional leadership institutions, academia, organized business, and the private sector. The proposed national MSME1 plan provides an important framework for achieving this coordination. If effectively implemented, this framework has the potential to strengthen accountability, maximize development impact, and build a more participatory and responsive MSME support ecosystem across the country. Honorable members, the true measure of this budget will be found in the lives it transforms tomorrow, and we will see it because it is happening. Lives have already changed, and they will change more. At the micro level, its success will be reflected in the opportunities it unlocks for women, youth, persons with disabilities, rural entrepreneurs, and historically disadvantaged communities. At the micro level, it will be measured by the jobs created and the local economies revitalized. The budget is about creating opportunities for our people to overcome barriers, transform their circumstances, and participate meaningfully in the economy of our nation. Honorable members, as we support entrepreneurs, cooperatives, innovators, informal traders, and small businesses across our country, we must know that creation of business is creation of jobs, and creation of jobs is fighting poverty. Sonke sisedabini lokulwa intswelangqesho, indlala nokungalingani, and the Department of Small Business Development is leading in that front, and we are saying we will never surrender. And as the Eastern Cape government, we are supporting the budget that was presented by Minister Ndabeni. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Ariel.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peters. The next speaker is Honorable Swart.
Honorable Chairperson, you can hear me?
Very well, Honorable Swart. You may
Honorable
proceed.
Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, and fellow South Africans, good evening, goeienaand. Chairperson, in South Africa, we do not have a shortage of entrepreneurs, but we do have a shortage of opportunities. We have a shortage of competent implementation, and we have a shortage of political will from the ANC to create an environment where small businesses can thrive. Every successful small business creates jobs, supports families, and builds communities. That is why small business development should be one of the most powerful tools to fight poverty and unemployment, Minister. The Department of Small Business Development speaks extensively in its APP about empowerment, innovation, incubation, localization, entrepreneurship, and job creation. Yet, for millions of South Africans, these promises have not translated into meaningful opportunities. The APP proudly states that MSMEs are expected to create 9 million jobs envisioned in the National Development Plan by 2030. But, Honorable Chairperson, if small business is truly the engine of job creation, why, Minister, is this engine still stalling after 32 years? Why do thousands of young entrepreneurs still sit without support, without markets, finance, infrastructure, and without hope? This department talks about reducing red tape, yet small business owners continue drawing drowning into paperwork, permits, delays, municipal dysfunction, and government bureaucracy. The department talks about township and rural development, but many township business centers stand abandoned, vandalized, or completely misplaced because basic economic logic was ignored before public money was spent. Chairperson, during an oversight visit to Potchefstroom in the Northwest Province, we visited an SMME container hub intended to empower young entrepreneurs. The containers have been unused for almost 2 years already. They are rusting. The site is poorly located with little economic activity and very limited foot traffic. While young people wait for opportunities, taxpayers' money is being wasted. That is the difference, Minister, between announcing projects and delivering results. This APP speaks about integrated ecosystems and digital platforms, yet entrepreneurs in rural towns still struggle with unreliable internet access, electricity instability, crime, collapsing roads, and broken municipalities. What is the use of AI-enabled support systems while many small businesses cannot even survive load shedding, cable theft, and municipal collapse? ANC-led departments has become excellent at launching programs, but terrible at sustaining them, Minister. We see incubators without businesses, training without funding, funding without oversight, infrastructure without planning, and policies without implementation. This department's own SWOT analysis reads like an admission of failure. It speaks about weak communication, unclear mandates, poor leadership, fragmentation, delays, weak organizational culture, and an inability to position itself effectively as an ecosystem leader. The truth is that ANC corruption, ANC cadre deployment, ANC incompetence are suffocating small business development in our country. Too often municipalities fail small businesses through collapsing infrastructure, unreliable services, and endless delays. The department proudly speaks about supporting 3,000 informal businesses and 2,000 MSMEs through incubation programs. But Chairperson, South Africa has millions of informal traders and survivalist businesses. 3,000 businesses in a country with this scale of unemployment is not transformation, Minister. It is a drop in the ocean. Agbare voorsitter, die DA glo dat klein besighede nie bloot deel is van die ekonomie nie, hulle is die ekonomie. In die Weskaap sien ons dat waar munisipaliteite funksioneer, waar infrastruktuur in stand gehou word, waar beleggers vertroue het en waar rompslomp beperk word, ondernemings beter groei en meer werk skep. Dit is die omgewing wat entrepreneurs nodig het. Veilige gemeenskappe, betroubare dienste, goeie infrastruktuur en eerlike regering. Most importantly, we need a government that understands entrepreneurs do not want dependency, they want opportunity. South Africans do not want endless government promises. They want a fair chance to build, innovate, trade, and employ the 1,000 unemployed. Mense kan nie hulle gesinne voed met strategieë nie. Hulle kan nie werk skep met beloftes alleen nie. Die meerderheid Suid-Afrikaners vra nie vir gunste nie, Minister. Hulle vra vir geleenthede. Hulle vra vir 'n korruplose regering wat werk. Until ANC-led departments move from political slogans to implementation, from cadre deployment to competence, and from expenditure to measurable outcomes, small business development in South Africa will continue to underperform. Die ANC is reeds in die politieke intensiewe sorg. Op 4 November het elke kiezer 'n keuse. Meer van dieselfde as wat jy nou het, of 'n beter toekoms. Draai die kraan toe van mislukkings. Draai die kraan toe op korrupsie. Draai die kraan toe op leë beloftes. kry regering wat kan werk. Vat die R50, vat die Kentuckies, maar moenie jou toekoms verkoop vir 'n pot lentsiesop nie. Die ANC het geleenthede in Suid-Afrika gebreek en hulle sustersparty die PA, hulle kan dit nie regmaak nie. Die DA het bewys dat goeie regering moontlik is. Stem vir hoop, stem vir werk. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Swart. Honourable Matibe, the MEC of Economic Development in Limpopo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP, to the Deputy Chair, House Chairperson, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, the Select Committee, special and permanent delegates to the NCOP. To overcome economic dualism, drive inclusive growth and distribution of wealth, micro, small and medium enterprise remain the backbone of our economy. They are a key vehicle to growth, economic transformation. MSME act as a local economic engines. They keep money circulating in the economy and the community and play a big role in the national development. It is true, entrepreneurship is the main entry point for most of our people to take part in the economy, especially those in rural areas and township. It is very important for government to create an enabling environment where entrepreneurs can succeed. For this reason, government continues to support enterprise development through targeted programs for MSMEs as well as cooperatives. Through coordinated partnership in Limpopo, we have developed and coordinated the MSME development program. It consists of 4 programs to support local enterprise. We work with our key partners, such as LEADER, the Department of Small Business, SEDFA, NYDA, SARS, and Limpopo Treasury. These interventions include Limpopo Township and Rural Business Support Programs, which supported 160 enterprises with essential business equipments. They also include Limpopo Retail and Wholesale Support Programs, which assisted 145 enterprises. Of these, 45 enterprises were supported in partnership with Coca-Cola Beverage South Africa and received business equipments. Other 100 enterprises took part in the Spaza Shop Fund capacity building workshop. All these efforts aim to drive economic transformation by building entrepreneurial skills, improving access to funding for MSMEs in rural communities, helping micro and small enterprise move into formal economy. We are fully aligned with the Department of Small Business Development's key focus areas and programs. As we mark 50 years since 1976, the youth remain the main drivers of economic development and transformation. They bring innovation, support labor market, and lead changes into digital and green economies. Empowering youth is necessary for sustainable economic development. Our youth capacity building programs have given business skills training to 248 youth entrepreneurs, including 184 cooperative members, 64 SMMEs and cooperatives. Capacity building program supported 194 cooperative members with business skills training. A total of 1,200 enterprises took part in the department's Economic Empowerment Outreach Program, which focused on compliance, market access, access to finance, to improve coordination, and the department has set up a provincial BEE forum to drive alignment and speed up transformation. formalizing MSMEs business through business registration and licensing gives them legal recognition, protects personal assets, builds trust with customers and banks. Together with our agency leader, we continue to partner with companies and Intellectual Property Commission to help SMMEs to build registration and annual returns, and we have established a self-service terminal center at Leader in Polokwane. As a result, 18,176 enterprises were formalized through CIPC in the 25-26 financial year. Skills development is very important to keep MSMEs competitive in a changing global economy. In 2025-26 financial year, through our agency leader, we supported 8,125 MSMEs. Of these, 6,297 received business skills, while 1,828 were trained in technical and artisanal skills. In line with the support for enterprise, a total of 122 MSMEs, 119 cooperatives were incubated. In addition, 22 enterprises received loans worth 10.9 million. On industrial parks revitalization and SMMEs integration, the integrated micro, small, and medium enterprise into industrial creates strong economic value chains, create local jobs, reduce reliance on heavy imports. In Limpopo, we have 6 industrial parks across various districts. These parks are positioned to stimulate township and rural economic development and job creation. Out of the 6 industrial park, Leader, in partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry and the Development Bank of South Africa, has refurbished the Seshego and Kowankowa Industrial Park. We welcome the Department of Small Business Development's program to prioritize the revitalization of industrial parks for MSME integration into industrialization. The department has approved 12 million for Limpopo through its Business Infrastructure Support Program. With this support, Leader will refurbish the Thoyando small industries to benefit 16 MSME enterprise and sustain 96 jobs. Furthermore, the support will also provide modern technology support to the Limpopo jewelry business incubators to increase their capacity from 47 to 70 MSMEs. More support for industrial park and modernization, revitalization is the way to the industrial transformation and creation of Black industrialists. In this regard, we welcome the support that we receive from the department. Honorable members, we welcome government's effort to remove red tape and all bureaucratic obstacles that prevent MSMEs from taking part in the mainstream economy. These initiatives are key to advancing inclusive economic growth, supporting micro and small enterprise. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, esteemed colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, Limpopo Province will continue to speed up local MSME growth by aligning with the Department of Small Business Development to implement the MSME One Plan. Our efforts to aim to steadily transform the economic landscape, strengthen our institutions, and expand opportunities for our people will continue to build an economy that is inclusive, resilient, and competitive, based on the sound governance and driven by aspiration of our people. Ngazvezvo riri homugaganya gwama rikotikedza rinesa province ya Limpopo. Noliwo.
Dolebong Amanda. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Masipa from Western Cape.
Thank you, House Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. We debate this budget vote shortly after the passing of Gugulethu entrepreneurship icon, the son of the soil, Ntate Mzoli Nausele. May his soul rest in peace. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and the people of Gugulethu. Ntate Mzoli was more than a businessman. He was a role model who demonstrated that entrepreneurship, determination, and hard work can transform lives and communities. He did not wait for handouts. He identified opportunities. He built a thriving business and placed Gugulethu and Cape Town on the global tourism and township economy map. His story reminds us that economic growth is ultimately driven by people who are willing to take risks, create jobs, and build enterprises. According to the Department of Small Business Development, its mandate is to lead, coordinate, integrate, and mobilize resources within the small business ecosystem to create an enabling environment for the growth, development, and sustainability of small, medium, and micro enterprises. The ultimate objective is to contribute towards a transformed and inclusive economy. That objective is commendable. However, the department remains some distance from achieving it. The challenge is not a lack of good intentions. The challenge is implementation. Over the medium-term expenditure framework, the department intends to support SMME cooperatives and informal businesses through equipment, machinery, technology, and energy support, investments in business infrastructure, financial assistance to township and rural enterprise, and other supports. These are all worthy priorities. The problem is not what the department wants to do. The problem is how it intends to achieve these outcomes and whether these interventions are sufficiently scaled to address South Africa's economic crisis. The department has tabled a budget of approximately 3.036 billion rands for the 2025-2026 financial year. The minister has correctly identified the township and rural economy as an area requiring focused intervention. This is welcome. We further note the allocation to the department's Small Business Enterprise Development Finance Agency entity, which continues to play a central role in expanding access to finance and credit guarantees for emerging enterprises. Minister, your commitment to support informal businesses with targets indicating support for approximately 10,000 enterprises during the current financial year is commendable. However, the department provides limited information on provincial performance, provincial allocations, and provincial accountability mechanisms. How many businesses are being supported in each province? Which provinces are achieving the greatest success? With or without your department's support, the Western Cape remain a beacon of hope. Which provinces are underperforming? How will the department hold implementing agency accountable? These are not minor details. They are fundamental to measuring value for money and ensuring equitable development across the country. The department further reports improvement in ecosystem support and enterprise services, yet such broad statements mean very little to entrepreneurs who are struggling on the ground. The real question is whether government is addressing the conditions that prevent small businesses from succeeding. What is the department doing about extortion? What is the department doing about failing municipalities? A case in point is that only 18,700 of 81,000 spaza shops are licensed, which is attributed to municipal dysfunction. What is the department doing about unreliable electricity supply, deteriorating infrastructure, and weak law enforcement? A small business cannot grow in an environment where criminal syndicates demand protection fees, where roads are collapsing, where municipal services are failing, and where police resources are inadequate. The minister cannot afford to fold her arms while township businesses are being strangled by extortion. Across many communities, entrepreneurs are closing their shops because it is no longer viable to operate under these conditions. Government cannot claim to support small businesses while ignoring the criminality and governance failures that destroy small businesses. House Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance believes that economic growth requires partnership. It cannot be correct that national programs are rolled out in provinces without meaningful engagement with provincial departments responsible for economic development. The Western Cape government has adopted a growth for jobs strategy aimed at driving investment, economic growth, and employment creation. Greater collaboration exists between Western Cape government and private sector. However, no collaboration between national and provincial government to improve outcomes and avoid duplication. The budget vote is also being debated in the aftermath of devastating floods that have affected communities, businesses, and farms across the Western Cape. The preliminary damage assessment exceeds 3.9 billion on farms. Farmers have lost infrastructure, equipment, and biological assets. Guest house, tourism establishments, and rural enterprises have suffered severe damage, placing jobs and livelihoods at risk. The province's total estimated loss is about 9 billion rands. These businesses will require support if they are to recover and continue contributing to local economies. The Democratic Alliance therefore calls on the department to align its interventions with the unique economic realities and needs of each province. While we note your regressive legislative reforms, efforts to reduce red tape, the Democratic Alliance still maintains that this department isn't demonstrating willingness to reduce red tape. We cannot wait any longer while the small businesses are strangled by red tapes. Small businesses should not spend months navigating government bureaucracy simply to access support, funding opportunities, or procurements. Government must become easier to do business with. Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance welcomes the allocation of 250 million rands through the Asset Assist program to support at least 860 micro and small enterprise with productive assets and equipment. We also welcome the 53.5 million rands allocated through the Informal Micro Enterprise Development Program to support approximately 3,000 informal businesses. Similarly, the allocation of 70.4 million rands to support spaza shop development, compliance, and stock acquisition is a positive intervention. These programs have merit. However, South Africa's economic challenges require interventions at a far greater scale. We cannot be satisfied with economic growth of approximately 0.1% while millions remain unemployed. The latest labor statistics, show that Western Cape continues to record the lowest unemployment rate in the country at approximately 19.6%. But even this remains far too high by international standards. South Africa requires growth closer to 5% if we are serious about reducing unemployment, poverty, and inequality. To Honorable Lenkopane, through you, Chair, the Northwest Province with official unemployment rate at approximately 35.1%. She cannot say that they see their province benefiting out of this budget. This budget required to scale. The level of growth will not be achieved through incremental interventions alone. It requires bold reforms, cutting red tapes, ending extortion, capable municipalities, reliable electricity and water infrastructure, effective policing. It requires coordination across all spheres of government, and it requires that these real constraints are addressed in order to ensure that economic growth. Unless they are addressed, government will continue spending money while achieving only marginal results. The DA, therefore, supports increased investment in small business development and improved access to finance, but we remain concerned that this budget does not sufficiently address the structural barriers preventing entrepreneurs from succeeding. Small businesses are the engine room of economic growth and job creation. If we want different outcomes, we must be prepared to do things differently. The Western Cape stands ready to share lessons and successful approaches that can help strengthen support for entrepreneurs, grow the economy, and create sustainable jobs. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. We are now proceeding to Honorable Peter Honorable Peter. Honorable Peter.
He's sleeping.
I believe
Chair,
he's
next
been
one.
booked off, Chair.
He has not been well, Chair, I suspect.
He's lost between Mexico and Bafana Bafana.
No, he has not been well, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chief Whip, for clarity. We are now proceeding to Honorable Blenis Mahache. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Deputy Chairperson, the Honorable Minister for Small Business Development, the Honorable Deputy Minister, and Honorable members of the National Council of Provinces. Honorable Chair, before I proceed with my contribution to this debate, allow me to join millions of South Africans in extending our best wishes to our national football team, Bafana Bafana. As they take to the field, they carry not only the hopes of football supporters, but the pride of an entire nation. In a country often divided by many challenges, sport continues to remind us of our shared identity, our resilience, and our ability to unite behind a common cause. Honorable Chair, we participate in this debate during Youth Month and in the year that South Africa commemorates 50 years since the historic June 16, 1976 uprising under the theme #Reset at 50, the future calls. The generation of 1976 confronted one of the most brutal and unjust systems in human history because they believed that future generations deserved dignity, opportunity, and a better life. Their courage and sacrifice helped lay the foundation for the democratic South Africa we live in today. As we mark this important milestone, we're reminded that the struggle of 1976 was not only about securing political rights, it was about creating a society in which all South Africans could participate meaningfully in the social and economic life of their country and enjoy the benefits of freedom. Today, the challenges facing many South Africans, particularly young people, women, and persons with disabilities, is no longer political exclusion, but unemployment, poverty, inequality, and limited access to economic opportunities. Youth unemployment remains unacceptably high, denying millions an opportunity to realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to the development of our country. It is therefore fitting that we debate the future of small businesses, cooperatives, and township enterprises and entrepreneurs during this important commemoration. Entrepreneurship remains one of the most powerful instruments through which individuals and communities can create jobs, build wealth, and drive local development. The democratic government has consistently recognized the political freedom must be accompanied by meaningful socio-economic transformation. This understanding is rooted in the Freedom Charter's declaration that, and I quote, "the people shall share in the country's wealth," close quote, affirming that liberation was not only about political representation, but also about broadening access to economic opportunity. The development of small businesses, cooperatives, township enterprises, and informal sector remains one of the most practical ways to advance inclusive growth, broaden participation in the economy, and ensure that development reaches communities in every corner of our country. Honorable Chairperson, Section 22 of the Constitution guarantees every citizen the right to freely choose their trade, occupation, or profession. However, this right can only be realized when people have access to finance markets, infrastructure, technology, skills development, and business support services. For a young entrepreneur in Galeshewe, a cooperative in Kuruman, a tourism operator in Uppington, an informal trader in Springbok, a woman-owned enterprise in Colesberg, or a farmer in Carnarvon, or a person living with disabilities seeking to establish a business, opportunity becomes meaningful when support systems are accessible and responsive. In a vast and predominantly rural province, such as the Northern Cape, small businesses are not merely participants in the economy. They are the backbone of local economic development, job creation, and community sustainability. Their success strengthens households, communities, and municipalities alike. We therefore wish to commend the Honourable Minister and the Deputy Minister for their continued efforts to strengthen South Africa's small business ecosystem and for the important work being undertaken through the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. The consolidation of business support instruments under SEDFA represents an important opportunity to improve coordination, reduce fragmentation, and expand access to both financial and non-financial support for entrepreneurs across the country. In this regard, we welcome the projected increase in support to the Northern Cape from 103 million in the year 25-26 to 179 million in 26-27. This demonstrates an appreciation of the realities facing rural and geographically dispersed provinces. At a provincial level, we continue to invest in entrepreneurship and enterprise development through the Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Grant Fund. Productive equipment and enterprise support were provided to 82 businesses across all 5 districts during the 25-26 financial year. And since 2023, a total of 358 township and rural enterprise have benefited from this program. Our partnership with the National Empowerment Fund through the Blended Finance Program has also delivered encouraging results. During the year under review, 4 enterprises received investments totaling 45.8 million, supporting 359 sustainable jobs. And since its inception, the program has supported 22 enterprises with investments exceeding 262 million and contributed to the creation and sustenance of more than 1,300 jobs. These investments have enabled business in tourism, construction, mining service, retail, and hospitality to expand operations, create employment, and contribute to local economic development across our province. The Northern Cape remains committed to ensuring that young people, women, and historically disadvantaged entrepreneurs become active participants in the economy. Through initiatives such as Unboxing Basha, young entrepreneurs continue to receive containerized business infrastructure, stock support, and enterprise activation assistance to help establish sustainable enterprises. As we commemorate Youth Month, we must remember that many South Africans are not only looking for jobs, they're creating them. Our responsibility as government is to ensure that entrepreneurs have access to funding, mentorship, skills development, and market opportunities necessary to succeed. To support innovation and entrepreneurship, the Northern Cape Innovation Forum and AmLab Northern Cape continue to provide training, incubation, mentorship, and digital skills development for innovators, technology entrepreneurs, and startup enterprises. At the same time, our province is positioning itself as a strategic hub for green industrialization, mineral beneficiation, and renewable energy through catalytic projects such as Namakwa Special Economic Zone, Uppington Industrial Park, Katu Industrial Park, and Pukubai Green Hydrogen Program. These initiatives present significant opportunities for small businesses, local supplier development, and participation of emerging enterprises in new value chains. While we're encouraged by the progress being made and fully support Budget Vote 36, we believe there's scope to further strengthen the impact of small business development interventions. We therefore advocate for differentiated support models that recognize the realities of rural provinces, stronger coordination between national, provincial, and local government, and the establishment of a national virtual incubation and mentorship platform to ensure that entrepreneurs in remote communities have access to business support, growth opportunities regardless of their location. Chairperson, as we commemorate 50 years since the 1976 June uprising, we're reminded that every generation is called upon to fulfill its own historic mission. The generation of 76 fought for freedom and democracy. Our responsibility is to deepen that freedom by expanding opportunity, reducing inequality, and building on economy that works for all. We must build an economy that empowers entrepreneurs, supports innovation, and unlocks the talents of young people, advances the economic participation of women and persons with disabilities, and creates sustainable jobs. Every small business supported, every cooperative strengthened, every township enterprise assisted, and every entrepreneur empowered brings us closer to fulfilling the promise of freedom for which the youth of 76 sacrificed so much for. The future is indeed calling. Let us answer the call by building an economy that is innovative, inclusive, and capable of creating opportunities for all our people. Honorable Chair, the Northern Cape therefore supports Budget Vote 36. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC. We are now proceeding to Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, I'm sure that you'll be the first to agree with me that small businesses are the backbone of the economy and are in fact South Africa's key to resolving the unemployment problem, that continues to drag our economy down, bring our people to their knees, cause crime to spike, and lower the quality of life that the average South African can lead. The Department of Small Business Development should be seized with rolling out the red carpet for the entrepreneurs and the business people who choose to take on the risks of running their own small businesses, providing jobs, and ensuring that livelihoods are created and helping to drive the economy in their own small way. While these actions may be small when considered individually, together they have the power and potential to turn our economy around and lead us out of the doldrums that we find ourselves in, with growth hovering around 1.5% per annum. Yes, government should be rolling out the red carpet for small business entrepreneurs instead of wrapping them up in red tape. Some of the initiatives detailed in the budget that is before us are laudable in intent, but as with all government plans, the proof will be in the implementation. Indeed, Minister, this is a good-looking budget with greater emphasis on practical support for small businesses through SMME hubs, business infrastructure, equipment support, and targeted assistance for township and rural enterprises. However, there is so much more that we need to do in order to make sure that we simplify the task of running your own business, to ensure that the average hustler in the street can grow their business, start to formalize it, and become a meaningful contributor to our economy. Government should be making it easy for people to comply so that they can focus their attention on actually achieving the goals of their business, rather than tying up entrepreneurs with mountains of compliance regulations, forms to complete, online surveys, and activities that are not central to their core business. The move by the South African Revenue Services to increase the VAT threshold is a great example of this, to be welcomed and applauded. And so the question that I have for you, Minister, is, what is your department doing to get out of the way of the small business person? What is your department doing to make life easier for the entrepreneur? Too often, government measures its success by the number of regulations introduced, rather than the number of barriers removed. As an example of what I'm talking about, lies not in the powers of your department, but with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. I certainly hope that the levels of cooperation between your two departments are deep and continuous. The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has ownership over the management of the Companies Act and its regulations. Now, one of the consequences of this is that in 2011, Regulation 26 of the Companies Regulations was promulgated. This regulation established the calculation of the public interest score, which is used to determine the complexity of the audit required for a small business. The higher the score, the more onerous the accounting requirements imposed on a small business. There are only 4 components to the score. One of the components adds 1 point per million rand of annual turnover. Another component of what is 1 point per 1 million rand of liabilities that the company has at its financial year end. So half of the components are tied to a 1 million rand limit. Now, Minister, 1 million rand in 2011 is the equivalent of well over 2 million rand in 2026. The regulations have not been updated for inflation. Effectively, this means that the accounting requirements on small businesses have increased and become more and more onerous for smaller and smaller businesses. This cannot be right. The complexity of financial reporting has real cost implications for small business in terms of time, staff costs, and accounting fees. Surely, Minister, it's incumbent on your department to engage the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition in order to increase this limit, thereby relieving the administrative burden on small businesses. Because every unnecessary regulation removed is an opportunity created. Every administrative obstacle lifted is a business given room to grow. And every small business that succeeds brings us one step closer to the prosperous and job-creating economy that South Africans deserve. Rather than bring additional obstacles onto small businesses, such as those proposed by your disastrous and unconstitutional draft bill, rather find ways for government to clear the way for businesses to thrive. Every small business that succeeds brings us one step closer to the prosperous and job-creating economy that South Africans deserve. What a win this would be for your department. What a win for entrepreneurs. What a win for South Africa. Now let's talk about this licensing bill that the minister was free to speak about in her speech, but which the deputy minister was prevented from addressing. The hastily raised points of order by the chief whip and Mr. Nkonyana were incorrect and designed to fuel a flawed narrative. As for Mr. Montwedi, well, he is operating on National Assembly rules, the house that he was removed from. Welcome to the NCOP, Honourable Montwedi. Honourable members, this department's mandate cannot be used to drive political ideology. South Africans need jobs. Our job is to make job creation easy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Sithole.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to your good self and Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister of the Department of Small Business and Development, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable members. I can't start my video now because I'm using the phone, Chair. If you can allow me.
That's fine, Honorable Sithole, you may proceed.
All right, thank you. Honorable members, special delegates, and permanent delegates, fellow South Africans, Dumelang. 30 years after the adoption of our democratic constitution, we are called not only to celebrate its enduring legacy, but to also measure ourselves against its vision. The constitution is more than a legal document. It is a national covenant that challenges us to build a society founded on dignity, equality, and freedom. Its preamble compels us to improve the quality of life of all citizens and to free the potential of every person. They are not abstract ideals. They are practical obligations that must guide our policies, strengthen our institutions, and expand opportunities for all South Africans. In this regard, the Department of Small Business Development plays a critical role by creating opportunities for entrepreneurs, supporting small enterprise, and expanding access to markets. The department contributes directly to unlocking the potential of all South Africans. It works help build a more inclusive economy, create pathways to sustainable livelihood, and advance the constitutional vision of improving the quality of life for all, while enabling every person to realize their full potential. Honorable Minister, the story of Dimakazo Fangwana, a woman who started a small business selling amagwenya in Denville, Pretoria, and has since expanded to operate 2 businesses that employ 6 people, is a powerful example of the resilience, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit that exists across our country. Like Dimakazo, many small and medium business owners wake up before sunrise every day. There's Paza shop owner in Mahikeng, the welder in Kokstad, the dressmaker in Guyana, the farmer in Matlosana. They are not asking for handouts. They are asking for opportunity. They are asking government to remove the barriers that makes it harder to do business. They want less red tape, easy access to funding, and great access to market. If we get the red tape out of the way, our micro, small, and medium enterprise cooperatives and informal traders will do what they do best. They will create jobs, they will create wealth, they will restore dignity. There are many more Dimakazos in communities across South Africa. They have talent, determination, and drive to succeed. What they often lack is access to finance, markets, and business support. It is therefore the responsibility of the Department of Small Business Development and its entities to find these entrepreneurs, invest in their potential, and help them grow. By doing so, the department will not only support business and create jobs, it will also give practical effect to the constitutional promise of freeing the potential of every person. How do we achieve this, honorable members? We can pass the best policies, we can make the strongest commitment, but if finance does not reach entrepreneur, nothing changes. Too many small business owners walk into a bank with a good idea and walk out with a rejection, not because they lack ambition, not because they lack ability, but because the system was never designed with them in mind. Government has established institutions such as Small Business Enterprise Development and Finance Agency and the National Empowerment Fund. These are important interventions, but money sitting in the office does not create jobs. It must reach the entrepreneur on the ground. We need three things. Firstly, it's a speed. A small business cannot wait months and years for an answer. Delay kills opportunity and growth. Secondly, we need simplicity. Application process must be easy to understand and easy to access. We must not bury entrepreneur under paperwork. Thirdly, we need trust. Many entrepreneurs may not have access to offer as collateral, but they have something equally valuable, a track record of hard work, determination, and commitment. We must find innovative ways to support those who have the ability to succeed. Across South Africa, cooperatives, informal traders, and small businesses are ready to grow. They are ready to employ more people and expand their operation. What they need is finance that is accessible, responsive, and fair. When we get the finance right, we do more than fund a business. We create jobs, we support families, we strengthen communities, and we grow our economy from the ground up. In this regard, we welcome the implementation of the red tape reduction framework led by the presidency, the Department of Small Business Development, and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. The framework seeks to create a more coordinated and practical approach to reducing red tape across all spheres of government and making it easier for micro, small, and medium business enterprise to do business. This is what responsive government looks like. It is about removing obstacles, creating opportunities, and enabling entrepreneurs to focus on what they do best, growing businesses and creating jobs. Indeed, this is an example of a government that listens, responds, and acts. It is yet another demonstration that the ANC leads. Honorable members, I listened carefully to the naysayers in this house today. The honorable members from DA, EFF, and MKP have stood before this house and criticized the ministry, arguing that they want government that reduces red tape and create a more enabling environment for businesses. Yet, they fail to admit that this ministry is already taking concrete steps to do exactly that. Bangwe ba bona dipono tse rona re sa di boneng. The ANC is a movement of action, not rhetoric. While others make speeches, we are implementing reforms that will make a tangible difference to entrepreneurs, small business, and investors. It is this ministry that has committed to introducing a one-stop digital platform for business licensing, a practical intervention aimed at simplifying compliance requirement and reducing administrative burdens for businesses. Furthermore, the department continues to advocate to reform to 5 of the 25 pieces of legislation identified as imposing unnecessary regulatory and administrative constraints on micro, small, and medium enterprise. Importantly, consultation on the business licensing bill have now been completed. The milestone brings us closer to establishing a modern, streamlined, and transparent licensing framework that supports enterprise development and economic growth. The bill will soon be tabled before Parliament for consideration. The difference between the ANC and those who criticize from the sideline is simple. While they talk about reducing the red tape, we are actively cutting it. While they speak about reforms, we are implementing it. The ANC does not merely talk the talk, we walk the walk. Honorable Chairperson, let me talk to Honorable Masipa. Let me illustrate this point. Mr. Azar Stanley, a resident of the city of Cape Town, has been trying to establish a tourism transport business, yet despite applying 3 times and paying the required fee on each occasion, his operation license application has been rejected. This is happening in the very city that is often presented as a model of good governance and service delivery. So, honorable members, who is creating a red tape? It's not certainly the ministry, which is working to simplify licensing processes and reduce administrative burdens. The reality is that entrepreneurs like Mr. Stanley are being frustrated by unnecessary bureaucracy at a local level. Honorable Minister, those who lead will always attract criticism. Those who take decisions will always be second-guessed. Those who are prepared to act will always be judged by those who choose to stand on the sideline. As Albert Hubbard once said, to avoid criticism, do nothing. Say nothing and be nothing. The minister and the department have chosen a different path. They have chosen action over inaction. They have chosen solution over slogan. They have chosen to support entrepreneurs, reduce red tape, and expand opportunities for small businesses. Honorable Minister, criticism is often the price of leadership. It is the price paid by those who are willing to step forward, make difficult decisions, and work to improve the lives of our people. Continue leading, continue delivering, continue changing the lives of our people, our entrepreneurs, workers, and communities of South Africa. They deserve nothing less. The ANC is a movement of the people. We do not simply identify challenges, we work to solve them. We do not deal in slogans, we deliver practical intervention that improves the lives of our people. That is why the decision by the Minister of Finance to increase the compulsory VAT registration threshold from 1 million to 2.3 million is a significant victory for small businesses across South Africa. For many entrepreneurs, compliance costs and administrative burdens can stand in the way of growth. This decision will reduce the burden, give small businesses more room to expand, and allow entrepreneurs to focus on what matters the most, growing their businesses and creating jobs. Every rand saved on compliance is a rand that can be invested in growth, jobs, and opportunities. This is a kind of practical support that small businesses have been calling for. It demonstrates a government that listens, responds, and acts. Indeed, it is another example of the ANC leading in building economy that works for all South Africans. Honorable Chairperson, our constitution established 3 spheres of government: national, provincial, and local. But our people do not experience government in 3 spheres. They experience government as one government. A small business owner who cannot get a license does not care which spheres is responsible. They do not want excuses, they want solution. They want someone to say, yes, we can help you. Too often, national government develop a policy, province add another layer, and municipalities add more forms and more delays. The entrepreneur is left trapped in a maze of bureaucracy. The ANC says enough is enough. Government must work as one. We must have one objective, which is to make it easy for businesses to start, to grow, and to create jobs. The district development model is helping to break down these barriers. Government, businesses, and communities sit around one table, identify problems together, and they agree on a solution together, and they monitor progress together. No more passing the buck, no more shifting the responsibility. We will make finance faster and fairer because our opportunity delay is opportunity denied. We will make regulation smarter and simpler because the law must enable enterprise not to frustrate them. We will make the government service more accessible and more efficient because technology must serve the people, and will make government work as one because our people deserve solutions, not excuses. Honorable members, when small businesses grow, jobs are created. When jobs are created, families are supported. When families are supported, community thrive. This is how we free the potential of our people. This is how we give practical meaning to the promise of our constitution of free the potential of every South African. And this is how we build a better life for all. Indeed, ANC leads. As the ANC, we support budget vote 36. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sithole. That then leads us to the response by the Minister, Honorable Dabeni. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much. My goodness. Thank you so much, House Chairperson. Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity by thanking all the members for their contributions to this debate. The issues raised today, whether in support of this budget vote or in critique of it, demonstrate a shared concern for the future of South Africa's economy and the millions of people who depend on it for opportunity, dignity, and hope. What should unite us is the recognition that small businesses are not a peripheral part of our economy. They are its lifeblood. Every spaza shop, township manufacturer, informal trader, and every startup, every cooperative, and every growing enterprise represents a South African who has chosen initiative over dependency and enterprise over despair. Section 22 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides that every citizen has the right to choose their trade, occupation, or profession freely. The practice of a trade, occupation, or profession may be regulated by law. That is why you are here as lawmakers and policymakers. This provision is both a guarantee and a responsibility. We have had concerns regarding regulation and the cost of compliance for small businesses. Our responsibility as government is therefore clear: to create an enabling environment in which entrepreneurs can thrive. This is why our reforms seek to eliminate fragmentation. At present, entrepreneurs are confronted by different practices, different requirements, and different administrative processes across municipalities. Through our planned reforms, we plan to establish a uniform, transparent, and predictable framework so that businesses can spend less time navigating bureaucracy and more time growing their enterprises. Honorable members, let me state unequivocally, this department does not support unnecessary bureaucracy. We recognize that excessive, fragmented, and unpredictable administrative processes can discourage investment, constrain growth, and prevent entrepreneurs from participating fully in our economy. In the year ahead, we'll continue working with municipalities, provinces, organized businesses, and social partners to reduce administrative burdens, improve coordination across government, and modernize systems that affect entrepreneurs on a daily basis. Our objective is straightforward. It must become easier to start a business, easier to grow a business, and easier to sustain a business in our country. Together, let us build an economy in which enterprises flourish, opportunity expands, and every South African has a fair chance to participate, prosper, and contribute to the development of our nation. Allow me to address an issue that has been raised repeatedly during this debate: the challenge of late payment of small businesses by organs of state. I agree entirely that late payment is one of the greatest threats to the sustainability of MSMEs. A small business cannot survive if it delivers a service today and waits months to be paid. Cash flow is the lifeblood of enterprises. However, we must also be honest, honorable members, about the nature of the challenge before us. Many of the businesses supplying goods and services to government are not supplying the Department of Small Business Development. They supply hospitals, schools, municipalities, and all other institutions across the state. The department does not appoint those suppliers, process their invoices, or manage those budgets. Yet, when businesses are not paid, members quietly, correctly turn to the department and ask, "What are you doing about it?" This raises an important question. If we agree that government must do more to protect small businesses, strengthen accountability, and improve compliance across the state, then surely, honorable members, we must also support reforms that provide government with the tools necessary to achieve those objectives. We cannot simultaneously argue that government lacks sufficient authority to coordinate, monitor, and drive compliance across the system, while opposing measures intended to modernize and strengthen the regulatory environment in which small businesses operate. The real issue before us is not whether reform is necessary. The real issue is whether we have the courage to pursue reforms that make government more responsive, more accountable, and more effective in promoting entrepreneurs. As a department, we will continue to champion the interests of MSMEs. We'll continue to engage departments, municipalities, and public entities on compliance within 30 days payment requirement. We'll continue to advocate for stronger accountability mechanisms, and we'll continue to work across government to remove barriers that undermine the growth and sustainability of smaller enterprises, because our responsibility is not merely to fund businesses. Our responsibility is to build an ecosystem in which businesses can thrive, grow, and create jobs. That is the work to which we remain fully committed. Honorable Chairperson, let me also correct a factual misrepresentation. The honorable member referred to a 26% vacancy rate in relation to the Department of Small Business Development. That is incorrect. The correct figure is stated in all our documents and the reporting in Parliament is 13%. Let me also correct Honorable from the Western Cape, who deliberately misled this House in saying that the department doesn't work with provinces. Actually, we even have a MINMAC, which sees regularly, inclusive of all provinces except for the mighty Western Cape. That's where we align on plans, priorities, and joint implementation. To me, it seems that the Western Cape doesn't utilize the intergovernmental mechanisms such as the DDM and MINMAC, and then complain about the minister not engaging provinces. As we heard from several MECs, all our programs are anchored in provincial and local processes. This is the Western Cape that is complaining here and never provides any financial support to MSMEs, but claim to support them in rhetoric. It is important that as members of this House, we engage on the basis of accurate information, especially when discussing a department whose work directly affects vulnerable entrepreneurs, cooperatives, and MSMEs. We accept criticism. We welcome oversight, but oversight must be based on facts. The department will continue to account honestly for its performance, its challenges, and its areas of improvement. However, we must not create an impression of failure by doubling a figure that is not accurate. Chairperson, I must also correct a misrepresentation that arose during this debate regarding the business licensing bill. The Honorable Deputy Minister suggested that the bill was rejected by Cabinet and
Point
by
of order,
Parliament.
Chair.
That is simply not factually correct.
Point of order,
The
Chair.
bill has not been rejected by Parliament. Parliament
Point of
cannot
order,
reject
Chair.
it, and it has not been introduced here.
Honorable
Equally,
Minister, can you please on? Honorable Badenhorst,
Yeah, Chair.
are you rising on a point of order?
Yeah, I'll rise on Rule 65(1), the rule of anticipation, the same rule that Chief Whip used against the Deputy Minister. I'll use the same
No,
reasoning.
but Honorable Ryder raised it, you kept quiet. Hypocrisy.
No. Honorable members, hang on. Honorable Ryder, Honorable Badenhorst,
I'm
are you
right here,
done?
ma'am. I'm right here.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm just waiting for your ruling. Thanks, ma'am.
No, Honorable Ryder, allow the minister to conclude that the order that you are raising, it's not sustained.
You did not allow the Deputy Minister to conclude.
Continue, Minister.
So you're not consistent, Chair. But hypocritical.
You can proceed, Honorable
members, a misrepresentation, as I said, has been made. Cabinet did not reject the bill. Following extensive
rules for different
consultation and
parties,
further
obviously.
consideration on a number of issues raised during the policy development process, I exercised my responsibility as the executive authority to withdraw the bill in order to allow for further refinement and strengthening of the proposed.
Minister's
that
time
process
is
has now
up.
been undertaken. As I reported
Honorable
earlier,
Minister,
we'll
can
be
you hang
tabling
on? Honorable Badenhorst, can you please not disrupt the minister?
Well, how much time extra will she get? Because
There's only
nobody
one
else
chair here,
participated.
We have afforded the
One chair
deputy
here.
minister to present on a matter that ordinarily she was not supposed to have presented with cautions. Therefore, the minister is not talking about the details and the specifics of the bill. She is responding to matters that have been raised in relation to the bill. So don't have goosebumps around her response. Allow her an opportunity to conclude her response. The matter were brought before this House prematurely by the deputy minister. She has to respond to that as an accounting officer. I mean, the executive authority of the department. Please allow her to conclude, Honorable
The
Badenhorst.
time was expired when I
Not
raised the
happy
point
to
of
hear
order.
what
You
she's
are not
saying.
the
You are the
chair,
one
Mr.
who
Badenhorst.
wasted order. You are the one.
Honorable members, you can't be
Honorable
speaking all of
Chair.
manje nabonakala nje parliament sinexabana.
Honorable Chair.
on other honorable members, you can't be speaking all of you. You see, the problem is when someone creates problems, then we follow suit. We're not helping the situation. We can't be following something that is wrong. There has to be a distinct. The issues have been raised. The minister has every right to respond to those issues. You may proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The bill is going to be resubmitted to Cabinet for consideration before being introduced to Parliament. That is how responsible government works. Government must be prepared to listen, consult, and improve. That should not be characterized as rejection. It should be recognized as evidence of a government that takes consultation, constitutional compliance, and legislative quietly seriously. Honorable Member, South Africa already has business licensing legislation. The question before us is not whether business licensing should exist. The question is whether pre-constitutional law enacted in 1991 should continue to govern those activities, or whether Parliament should modernize the framework to align it with the Constitution, cooperative governance, and the modern economy. Fellow South Africans, fragmentation is red tape. Uncertainty is red tape. Duplication is red tape. This is why we will do everything in our power to create a modern and uniform system that reduces these burdens while supporting lawful and sustainable enterprise development across South Africa. We'll continue to do our best in supporting our entrepreneurs. We'll continue to make sure that we also challenge those that think they can never be challenged. We are never going to allow for the status quo to remain. Our people deserve better. Entrepreneurs of this country must enjoy and exercise Section 22 of our Constitution fully. And that right may be regulated by law, and law we are going to develop to respond to the challenges that are faced by our people. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you very much for your time. And we want to take this opportunity and thank the honorable members. I know your hearts were torn apart between your calling and as well as the as you being patriotic citizens of South Africa, but nonetheless you chose to make sure that you continue with the business of the house, irregardless of whatever the circumstances, Tela Tupa, that we are experiencing as South Africa. We really appreciate that. And on the same note, we want to wish Honorable Peter a speedy recovery. May he be healed, and we are with him in our thoughts and prayers, and we wish him a speedy recovery. Having said that, we also want to appreciate the MECs for their attendance and their constructive participation in this debate. We are very much pleased as the NCOP Honorable Minister when we get the feedback and a sense that the ministers are working in collaboration with the provinces to make sure that they better the people's life. It is not you who has said that, but through the articulation in this debate by the various MECs from various provinces, we can attest to that indeed the three spheres of government is in collaboration and is working in tandem with each other. We really appreciate that. Honorable members, that then brings us to the end of the day. This sitting is adjourned. Enjoy the rest
Leave the
of your
chairperson.
day.